how we operate in society, not due to like, oh yeah, we're just gonna hire people because it's the right thing to do. Like corporations, companies that are trying to make a profit, and especially if you're publicly traded with your literal fiduciary duties to your shareholders, you have to do that. You will literally, the board is going to remove you if you don't utilize AI and utilize everything that's available to you. I mean, you have a legal obligation to do that. So I think I'm kind of, somewhere
Dwight,
in the
there's a
middle.
lot of executives that don't do what's in the best interest of the shareholders. I can assure you.
Oh yeah, and I was being a little bit hyperbolic, but I'm just saying, like, I think you're, as a CEO, as one of the people that's running a company, your shareholders are going to definitely be looking at you a certain way if say if everybody else is, using AI for Z in your industry and you're not, especially if your company starts falling behind and these other companies start to be more competitive. So, that's something that's going to be, and also I think like where I agree with that.
Hey, Dwight, real quick, not to cut you. Something you'll see on Clubhouse, and it'll happen all the time, right? You can say something that's, that's pretty obvious, that's generally true, that most people would agree with. And then you're going to have somebody that's going to come off of their mic and they're going to bring up some kind of edge case or some kind of, they're going to say something to contradict, like what you just said, which was perfectly reasonable. I don't know why people, constantly do that on Clubhouse.
It's called the opposite position, Anthony. It's how you get to the silver lining.
It's just very, very, very odd. Like, it really moved the conversation forward. It doesn't make the conversation more interesting.
That's just like your opinion.
I do want to address the points that you're making. That nuance where we might not see eye to eye on. The other night I had dinner with a buddy of mine. He used to, back in the days, he was an A&R executive for a very big record label. And, while we were sitting waiting for our food, he used an app. I forgot the name of it. It's an artificial intelligence app. And he made a beat. He actually made 2 beats in 5 minutes in front of me. Now, there's a point in, the history of the world where you need like a bunch of musicians to come together into a studio to, record to get something equivalent to what he did in 5 minutes by himself using artificial intelligence. And it was, the beats that he created were both really, really good. I have another buddy that he uses artificial intelligence to create automations. Like back in the days, if you wanted to, whatever your business was, you're a roofer and you wanted to create a commercial for your roofing company, that was a daunting, expensive task. Just the creation of the commercial that required a whole lot of people to pitch ideas, plan. It was, now, you can, in a matter of minutes, like, come up with the concept. You can use the AI to help you come up with a concept and implement it solo by yourself. The tentacles, like, I had a conversation with a radiologist the other day. And the radiologist was like, well, they'll always need humans. And, I didn't push back. I just listened and I smiled. Radiologists, they evaluate X-rays, CT scans, MRIs, ultrasounds. All radiologists is really doing is pattern recognition. Are you going to tell me that, like, a human being is going to be consistently better than artificial intelligence in terms of recognizing patterns? Is this a reasonable assertion? Not even close.
It won't even be close.
It's not even close. It's fundamentally just doesn't make any sense. So, what I'm trying, and I took like a bunch of different examples in a bunch of different industries to just try to show, like, no one is safe. Nobody's safe. There's so many different ways that this is a game changer. And we are still at hello.
that we sometimes make a mistake or we get it wrong or whatever. Do you not like that part?
Absolutely excellent point, Edward. And Edward, for the record, what I do for a living, I'm a registered nurse, right? And that human touch, that element, that touch, that human element, the empathy, the connection. I don't diagnose people. That's not my job. I carry out doctor's orders and I try to help my patients in whatever way is reasonable and needed. And I don't think that necessarily that can just be willy-nilly replaced. I'm not and I have my own biases because it's my profession. And of course, I'm going to find some way to defend my profession against AI. I'm clear on that. But there's a connection that, when you've had a really good caretaker, that's different from somebody that I don't think you can get from a machine or somebody that doesn't give a shit.
Anthony, it's called bedside manner, right? Because Anthony, I work in the physical therapy field. It's called bedside manner, and it's definitely the human connection versus dealing with some robotic, unemotional being taking care of you. And to a degree, yes, it's getting to a point, and I think it's less than a year away, where physicists, doctors, a lot of those doctors that will be able to plug things in that'll give them information they don't even understand or know or learning. So again, with AI right now, it's only as intelligent as you are. It can give you the generic answers, but it's about the user experience, and the smarter you are in your questions, your prompts, and how you ask those questions. On the music end, making music, I have a background in music. Suno is one of the ones I was mentioning in chat, where you could literally have.
That's the name of the app that he did.
Yeah,
Suno.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
Oh yeah. Anyway, yeah, I'll get quiet again, but I just want to share on that.
No, Sean, no, he is on point. So, Anthony, I'm in death care, end of life matters for 37 years. So, we've made efforts where we do have some bots on some of our funeral home and cemetery crematory websites, but the families do not respond the same because they still want to talk to a human being. When I sit with families, they just lost a son or they lost their spouse, homicide, OD. These are the things I talk about when it comes to human elements. Not that the tool of AI is not a tool to help us. I just do not want to get away from people meeting each other organically, this slide left, slide right, all this kind of stuff. I think that we're getting away from community. And I think that we're losing ourselves because we're so reliant on the tool. And I hear you. There's a lot of things that are going to change. But I want that human element. I want that part to where my 9-year-old granddaughter can still call me and say, "Gee, Pa, I just wanted to say hi," versus my 34-year-old daughter who decides to text me, and we have this conversation over and over. It says, "Baby girl, don't text. I want you to call your father. I can hear your voice." I want my son to do the same, my son-in-law, my daughter-in-law, because I really stress to them that we don't want to get away from the human component. That's all.
I definitely agree with that strongly. I think the way that I envision that manifesting is probably different because I think one really good point that you're making, it'll happen in ways that we don't expect. So let's say that for something, like an RN, okay, maybe all of the things that you do now, all of that is now, in 10 or 20 years, it's now done. It's all done by, AI is done by machinery. We've got things that do it better than humans. However, you still, it may just make more sense in terms of people's recovery, where the machine's doing all that, but you're still walking in, talking to the patient, asking them how they're feeling, all that sort of thing. Not because you need to do that, but it's in the patient's best interest. I think that the concern though, and this is to Anthony's point, even though that is all true, and we have recovered from all these things before, the question is really to what extent will that actually happen? Because when you have so many industries, like, all right, for example, like take the telephone, like when at some point, telephone operators were no longer needed. What was the rate of like new, just crazy innovation at that point? It was a lot. I mean, that was a very innovative time in human history. And of course, we kind of been on like this exponential curve. But I don't know of any time in history that we've seen so many industries be permeated by one thing all at once. And I don't know it, like, all right, like transportation, that's one of our biggest industries. Like, do I need the fucking funky ass Philadelphia bus driver to be on this bus and let me on this shit and maybe knock me out if I say some shit that his ass doesn't like? You know what I'm saying? Some of these industries that don't necessarily need that human touch are huge industries. So I think the percentage of jobs that are in jeopardy all at once is the real concern. It's not so much our ability to bounce back and all of that sort of thing. It's just, that speed aspect.
Yeah, Dwight, I think that the part that you said about the bus driver is interesting. And the reason why is I think that these are things that you don't experience any other place. I've been to 54 countries around the world, right? And just having those experiences with people that you may not ever meet, hop on buses in different countries and having a tour guide that, need a breath mint and all this other stuff. I hear you. But reality for me is those interactions, those opportunities are what make Edward. I like that. I like when families walk into the funeral home or cemetery and I have the opportunity to drive them around and discuss about their loved one that I've never got to meet, and to hear that human element. And you're correct. It's going to change. But I think because we are resilient people, a resilient creature, that we are part of the creation, and there's nothing more wonderful than the human being, no machine, no robot, no nothing. I just want to remember that part, not taking away anything else. I just want to make sure that we get that part to where we don't forget that element. I think a lot of people today sit around, even kids, brothers and sisters sit in the same space, and they're texting each other right next to each other versus talking, or they're in a restaurant. I mean, it's just, guys, at some point we have to really think to ourselves, is the technology benefiting us, or is it a tyrant? The two things that we got to look at. So I know there's some benefits, but I don't want to become tyrannical, that's all.
Well, it's like a cultural infection right now, because we have to be able to balance. We're getting to a point where we're going to have to use it as a tool, but not let it tool us. And because this is where going into the future, and not so far future, where people are talking about having an arm or a leg removed and transhumanism. And I hate to, if you haven't heard that term yet, do your research. But basically improving upon your body and people wanting to constantly upgrade. It starts with Neuralink, but where does it stop? So we're starting to give away parts of our culture and the importance of our own personal critical thinking as human beings, and then just basically giving it up to something that's not human whatsoever and not having control over it. It's very it's concern. And I think we all need to take it extremely seriously, and we have to be unified on it. Where does it stop? It can be a good tool, but where does it stop? Because eventually people get comfortable with what it is, and then we just accept it, and then we've just completely hit the eject button on relying on the one-on-one communication, and then it goes from not just texting across the table, but we just sit in a bubble like in whatever that cartoon was, that movie where people were just in bubbles sitting in like a pod. They just live in their pod. It's like the VR experience, right? And then you just don't even go outside anymore. And you're just living in a virtual world.
There's a movie.
Go ahead, Anthony. Go ahead.
Gotcha. No, I was saying there's a movie, I believe the name of it is Elysium, something like that, where they had this machine that could heal anybody of any ailment, and the rich people that were, formerly on Earth have left, and they've colonized like a satellite right outside of Earth, and there's this the star of the movie is trying to get to Elysium so that he could heal some family member of his. I think that was the premise of it. But I kind of just see this. So many people are super, super optimistic and see this, this future of plenty, and it can play out that way. And there's no country I would rather be in as we go through the change than the United States. I think that of all the countries, when we look at the demographics and the ability to fix demographic issues through immigration, when we look at just our ability to be self-sustaining if need be, and our military might, I think that when you combine all of those things, America's probably best positioned of any country to survive what's coming next, as unscathed as possible. But that doesn't really mean much. I think that we are going to go through some difficult times. This is, and when I used to laugh at the UBI, I thought, this is ridiculous. This is basically socialism. This is dumb. But, it's becoming more and more apparent that we're headed towards a very stark rich and poor, have and have not, and those people that have access to those resources, Sean mentioned transhumanism, are they going to even be the same species as poor people? When you can afford to have the brain implant that other people can't have, and that brain implant can make you think 1,000 times faster, and you get perfect recall, and you could search a database, and every person you see, who they are, what they're about, and everything about them. This is Brave New World territory. I'm just these are things that kind of existential type questions that keep me up at night.
Facts. Yeah, I'm writing a story kind of about that. It's kind of interesting. So y'all might be inspiration for a chapter. But anyway, so yeah, the transhumanism thing that you mentioned, it actually taught. So I mentioned third places in the chat. Somebody asked me about it. The point that I want to make about that, transhumanism, third places, all these sorts of things. While we may value the human element, we have to be wary that some of these changes may happen outside of our, conscious decisions. So an example I would give would be third places. Third places is the place. I actually have one, but a lot of people don't. Your first place is home. Your second place is work. Your third place is, for a lot of people, going to be church. But a lot less people attend church in today's age. I'm one of them. But something like that, where you've got maybe it's a gym, maybe it's a bar that you hang out at, or whatever. A lot of people are lacking that, and it's not because people don't want that. It's because of these macro scale changes that weren't designed to do that. It's NIMBYs, it's districting laws, it's result of all these different factors. And then you also have social media, for example. When did we all decide as a society that, I don't like all this interacting in person stuff. I'd rather argue with my uncle that I haven't seen for 12 years about some political topic on Facebook. You know what I'm saying? Nobody consciously decided that we wanted to do these things. It's just that the technology progressed in a way and the money made sense in a way where this is kind of what happened. Same thing with transhumanism, all of these things. So my point is, we're already seeing this unfold, and I think we have to be cognizant of that. We can't just say, oh, well, you know, the human spirit is irreplaceable. Well, of course it is. We're humans. Our human will and what makes us human is incredibly important to us. But what we are dealing with is a system that is, sure, it's operated by people, but it is, in a sense, greater than the sum of all parts. We're talking about macroeconomic and macro socioeconomic systems that are unfeeling. They don't have agendas per se. This is just shit manifesting in a way. So that's, I think, Edward, what I get what you're saying, and I agree, and I want to feel that way, but it's hard for me to feel that way when I see this trajectory that we're on.
So, Dwight, and I appreciate that. So, just to give you a little perspective, so I've been going to a men's fellowship since I was 16, one Saturday or one Sunday a month, since I was 16 years old, in person. Last Sunday, we had 4,000 men show up in person on a regular basis. There's a lot of communities going on that put down their cell phones and really get in life. When my children come over, my daughter's an attorney, my son's a mechanical engineer, we put all technology in a box in our house. We talk about family, and we talk about life. And we have a connection with God that we personally believe that for us is bigger than any form of technology. And we have this thing in our home that my wife always says. We believe in AI. It's almighty intelligence. We will let the other intelligence follow that. Artificial comes after actual intelligence and almighty intelligence. We teach our grandbabies this. But we're communicating that because I think the communication that we have as a family is more important than what we have with things. Because I think that AI is a thing. It's a tool. And I think, like you said, we're not consciously making decisions where we should be making these decisions, where we're choosing life over things that's causing us to, number one, separate ourselves from each other, causing us to not be critical thinkers, not be innovators and passionate and engaging. I love these things. It's like when Anthony and I go back and forth. If Anthony and I was in real life, we'd be doing the same thing. Sean, the same thing. I think American over there in Chicago, I think if we all met up, I think our experience would be completely different. But we'll have a wonderful time together, or we'll learn clarity over agreement. And to me, I think I don't want to miss out on this. I'm 61 years old, guys, and I don't want to miss out. I see so many young people today that have no interpersonal skills. They can't even talk. People got degrees. My wife says people got degrees but no temperature. They study something, but they can't talk to anybody. It's just pretty sad. So, Dwight, you're correct. I hope that we can get back to some level of balance, some level of, and I like what Summer said in the chat, I know where my help comes from. It's definitely not from AI, guys. I always ask people this question. If you're going to ask a question, why not ask God first? If you are a believer, Anthony, I want to make sure people know that. Because if you're not a believer, ask whatever belief system you have. But my help comes from the Lord. It doesn't come from AI, but I will use it because it's a tool. I land there.
Edward, on this one for a second too, and I appreciate the conversation because I think this is extremely important. Here's one that we're going through right now. Remember cutting the cable? Remember how much how cable was so damn expensive that we ended up cutting the cable and we started streaming? Now look what's happening in streaming. Paying as much as we were paying for cable now because you got a Hulu, you got a Paramount Plus, you got Netflix. You're paying $20 for ChatGPT or $30 for Grok. You got all these different services those aren't streaming. Those are AIs, but if you think about all these now things that cost $20 here, $30 there, $5 there, $2 there. Look at all the streaming, and the thing that concerns me, and it's very. I think Black Mirror is it's the Twilight Zone of today. And if you look at this. I mean, like, think about when you do get that new leg or that Neuralink, and what that subscription. Did anyone talk about subscription service? Wait till they do subscription service. Oh, you get all these amenities with your service when you have it implanted. But if you can't pay the bill, then you're going to get that with the commercials infused in it. I mean, it's not too far off if you really think about it, right? Hulu gives you an option to have commercial-free Hulu, or you pay a little bit more. Look at Amazon Prime, right? You think you're going to get to see anything? You're like, oh, I'm going to watch this movie. Oh, no, that's going to cost you $2.99. Wait a second, I have Amazon Prime. I can't see it. Well, cutting the cable, cutting the cord, and now on the streaming service end, this is happening right now. And what everyone should be looking at is how this same kind of analogy and focus is exactly what we're going to be walking into in the next level. We have to stay on top of the technology so we understand it. If you don't stay on top of it, you get behind, you get confused. We have family members that just don't get any of it, and they're kind of almost in a way blessed because they're not going to just see and deal with things that we're going to have to deal with as we get older. I'm just short of 48 as well, so as far as getting older and seeing all this, I've always found it important to stay on top of tech, and I'm semi-tech nerdy, but I met a few people that actually are developers in AI, and it's over my head, and I'm still trying to stay on top of it. It's coming out so quick that you don't have a chance to catch up, understand it, or deal with it, and then before you know it, you're run over and you're taken over.
Hey, Sean, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
When was the last time you've been out to the ocean?
Well, I live near it. It's cold as hell. That's the only reason why I don't go to it. But I used to have an office that was like literally 50 steps away from the ocean. But I'm about 10 minutes away. I see the ocean fairly regularly.
You see it, but when was the last time you've been out to it?
Been in it? Oh, not for a while. It's too damn cold.
Okay, no, I understand. The reason why I say this, that everything you said is true. I mean, I got it. But this is a conscious decision that each person is going to have to make for their own life. We're either going to be the expression of who we are, because see, I believe getting outside is important. I tell young people all the time, you are now free to move about the country. You're now free to move about every place. And you know what I've learned from the lockdown? That you guys know that the biggest business that came out of the lockdown is door-to-door services? Do you guys know that? There are more people dropping off stuff at people's doorsteps now than anything else, which is crazy. We've gone back to there's nothing new under the sun. People are ringing people's doorbells, knocking. I see people putting door hangers on people's doors. Why? Because I think that the human element, Sean, has become so much into the screen. All we do is look at these screens and swiping left, swiping right, swiping this, swiping that, versus just going out. And if you get a chance, go look at my post. My handle's everywhere the same, Edward Lynn 0827. On X, on YouTube, on Facebook, the same. My wife and I, last Sunday, went to the ocean in Newport Beach. We just took beautiful pictures. We do this every weekend. I mean, that's one of the things we do. We like each other. We're going to talk to each other, and it's just fun. But the biggest part for me is this: getting outside, looking around. Too many people today, and I talk to young here in California on a regular basis, and I ask, when's the last time you've been to the ocean? When's the last time you had a picnic? Just go out and put out a blanket and just have a picnic. Guys, we're so much into the technology that we forget the people around us. Like I tell people all the time, there's more abundance in your life, but you're not even recognizing it. I land.
I'm hoping that this will, at least to some extent, result in that. Although I think the trajectory right now is not good, in my opinion. I can see a situation where it actually enables us to connect with each other in ways that we couldn't before. And I know for a lot of people, Anthony's example of we're gonna have to be socialists, that sounds extreme to a lot of people, which it doesn't really sound that extreme to me, but I'm kind of crazy. What I can kind of see, which is related but not related, Well, if we're not all doing these menial ass jobs, you know what I'm saying? Like, if we get rid of the factory worker, nobody fucking likes working in a factory. If we get rid of the burger flipper, nobody likes flipping fucking burgers. If we're doing things, if we are freeing ourselves up to do things that have more meaning and preferably have more human connection, and we're connecting with each other more, that could actually be a positive. It's just, we see how shit plays out. You know what I'm saying? We see how things tend to go.
Dwight, I got it, Dwight. Everything you said is true. But Sig just said in the chat, okay? Because we're talking about stuff of substance and actually spending time with your loved ones and taking your children out and going outside, the room shrinks. People leave. Because it's not drama, guys. There's no trauma. There's no drama. There's real life going on. It's just funny that when you have a conversation about responsibility and just enjoying the abundance that's in life. Listen, like I tell the people that work at our organization, hey, thanks for showing up today. Thanks for being on time. That's a good thing. I mean, guys, just showing up is a good thing. I don't know why we don't see these beautiful things that we have versus all this other stuff that people want to define themselves by. That I'm a AI technician, and I got this going on. I'm an AI engineer, and I'm a computer nerd, and this. Okay, that's great, but who are you? Who are you? What we do to make a living is not who we are, guys. We retire from that. You better ask yourself the question. Look in the mirror today and ask yourself the question. Who am I? Do not be defined by technology. Be defined. Now, this is Edward, guys. Be defined by the one who created you, because there is an image. And some of us don't believe. And you know what? I respect those who don't. It's okay. I can have conversations with everybody, and they all know this. I don't care who you are. One thing I will never do, I don't judge people. I don't do that. I have no right to do it. Okay? What I do is make observations, but at the same time, I'm going to show kindness no matter who you are. You don't have to believe what I believe, but I'm going to show you respect regardless. And I hope that at some point, each of you, I have the privilege of meeting you in person. Because we're real communicators, like I tell my grandbabies. Words are 7% of communication. Tone is 38%. Body language is 55% of communication. Why do audio apps die? Because we don't get to see the real intention of that body, of what people are really communicating. It's really, really sad.
There's so many examples of comfort and convenience, and that seems to be what culture has become. People want comfort, convenience, and they want the delivery service to their door rather than having to get outside and go and pick it up for themselves. Even our TVs, even the high-end TVs now, don't even have an on-off button. It's the remote control that has that. And if your remote control doesn't work, well, then you can't even use your TV. I mean, there's so many different examples. I mean, electric vehicles, the dependency on all electric. Well, guess what? Even gas depends on an electric gas pump now. So it doesn't even matter if you have a gas or an electric. When you get to a point where they just own everything, they could turn it off on you. I say they, I'm talking about the government, whoever that entity is. We're basically starting to lose control. We used to have phones where we could actually take a battery out and put a new battery in. Now we have to plug our phone in. We can't have 5 batteries, right? And just take one out, put another battery into our phone. Nope, not anymore. And even when your phone's off, you're still connected and pinging to satellites where you can be found. The possible elimination or threat of currency and cash going all digital, and how that could just be shut off if whoever they are, you could represent that in any way you want to take it, shutting it off because they don't want like what you're saying anymore. The control over us and how much we're allowing that control to be taken over versus say back in the day when you ran your own farm, you were homesteading, whatever you want to call it. growing your own things, not relying on any technology at all. You start your own fires, et cetera, et cetera. You were independent. You didn't have there's no control over that. You could do that without there was nothing that could prevent you from using those things. Now everything we use is completely dependent. We wouldn't know what to do with ourselves. I mean, if California had, for example, where I live, had no electricity for 7 days, can you imagine the mayhem?
Yeah, I can imagine the mayhem, but I like to see that happen, Sean.
That would be the true purge. That'd be the true purge.
It wouldn't be a
Shut
purge.
it off for 2 weeks.
No, it wouldn't be a purge. No, it wouldn't be a purge. This is so funny. I don't know why all of us miss out on the reality of life. Guys, there was life before electricity. There was life before the telephone. There was life before the internet. Guys, we've done this. We are the ones who created what we have. And I don't know, like I tell my children all the time, my son's 40, my daughter's 34. Hey, before all you guys had all this stuff, we've done some stuff. The human person, the spirit of the human, have gone through all kinds of pioneers, going from east to west coast. There came across the pioneers, the California gold rush. All these things are happening, and we've adapted. But the difference is back then, we had more family time. We, like Sig put in the chat, we respected each other. We respected each other's boundaries. What's happening now is people don't respect themselves. Both men and women. We don't respect ourselves anymore. So we just let anybody do anything to us. We let anybody in our own that we don't really know. We let people convince our children that they're not boys and girls, and we let people cut them up and do all this craziness for us. I mean, just listen to what we've come to because man has decided that they can control other men or other women. It's just completely nonsensical. And Sean, that's why I say that at some point we got to get outside. Let me say it again. We got to get outside. People got to go and talk to somebody else. Go to the library. Go somewhere where you're going to meet some people. Talk to somebody. I mean, listen, I do this on purpose, guys. I'll go in the supermarket on purpose and say hello to people. They're shocked. People in California are shocked. Someone said, they look at me like I'm crazy. I said, yeah, I'm just saying hello. It's a nice day. It's a good day. Just want to say hi to you. It's crazy. Hey, Dwight, I talked to two 18-year-old people on Monday. 18-year-old. I just wanted to find out how their day was going. And I just asked them a question. When's the last time you guys ate at the dinner table with your parents? I just want to know. Or sometimes I talk to young ladies saying, I always ask young ladies and young men, would you choose a good career or good marriage? What do you guys think they say?
I'm going to guess career.
Now, most people want security before a relationship. I mean, I don't know. I think it's individual, but I like being secure in myself and not relying on anyone. But that's very individual. Some people, it's the other way,
Yeah, see, Sean, you got it right, though. You got to rely on yourself. And what Dwight said is people say career. And the reason why people say career is because we have told people for the last 50 years that having a degree or going somewhere and getting something is more important than being loyal, being a person that's dependable, being someone who shows up on time, being a caring human being, respecting yourself. We don't teach these things. Like I always tell young people, they say, well, they say, Edward, you old school, you talk about stuff, times have changed. I said, so you're telling me showing up on time has changed? You telling me respecting yourself has changed? You telling me being a person of excellence has changed? You telling me being an honorable person has changed? You telling me lying is not changing? Does lying still exist, guys? Or do people still do that? I mean, I'm just curious.
What I call it is my truth. I'm giving my truth, Edward.
Yeah, Dwight. This is what I always ask when people say that to me. What is your truth? And how's that working? How's that working for you?
I appreciate what's being said in the chat too. I want to say I appreciate what's being said in the chat too. Oh, she left. I was going to say I'd love to see Christy come up on stage, but I think she left because I think she has some resistance to just the conversation of, some people just fully embrace and say don't deny technology, and I get that, but because everyone else is learning, and even if we stop, other people might not stop. We have to stay on top of it, be smart, and understand it, and know how to handle it, use it correctly. Just like Clubhouse, when Clubhouse first came out, look how messy it was. Look at now how it's changed and how it's evolved from then, and how it's kind of how you see the ebbs and flows of how even just from room to room, how some of us are just finding it hard to even want to find a place to even go into if we want to use this app, because there's such lackluster. Everyone's robotic, and let's talk about Diddy. Let's talk about Israel. And I'm like, there's so many other things we could talk about. Now, given I think a lot of people don't want to come in and open up a room because then you're in charge and you have to handle all of that. I do want to say before I have to go right now, I do have to leave. But Edmund, I do appreciate you actually being in the room for a change and stating, hey, we're having a debate and you're streaming it live on YouTube. I do want to give you credit for that. And I do give you respect for doing it this way. I think this is a smarter way to go about it. So I appreciate that. Thank you. What's up, JB?
JB, Sean, I just want you to know I respect you, bro. Thanks for coming up and being.
Appreciate you too.
Just being yourself, man.
Respect you too.
That's why when we come and we just be real, I think.
He boomed it. He boomed it.
But that is not a concern of mine because I'm
not concerned with who's fucking your children either.
Who gives a fuck? Shut the fuck up. Nobody cares.
He's not pardoning fucking anybody like that.
What do you mean? But there's nothing. But there's no clients. Nothing happened. Epstein did nothing wrong, and Gil is in prison for no damn reason. She trafficked kids to nobody.
Well, that's what the documents say.
Exactly.
It's fucking wild.
That is not what the documents say. That is not exactly correct. You haven't seen the Southern District redacted files from the court case. This camel-nosed jockey, shawarma-eating financier from Canada, is a fucking bullshit artist picking his nose and wasting your time.
That's right. That is true. That is actually true.
Fucking A, that's true. You say the same thing day after day on here. Are you like, I know you must have Tourette's like Dr. T-Rob's up there who uses the N-word at the end of every sentence. N-word! Wow, what a
Randy
life.
is autistic.
What a fucking life.
I'm just someone who you don't value your time, so why would I value your time? I value my time. Don't waste my time. Allow me to waste yours.
You value your time. If you valued your time, you wouldn't repeat yourself every single day on here. It's pathetic.
You can leave it. You can
exactly. N-word. There we go with the Tourette syndrome again. It's the same story every single day. What's wrong with you people?
Shit. What do you mean, you people?
You people. You repeat yourselves. I'm talking about clown house users.
Hey, Congressman. What's the name of your boat?
Lady Hawk.
Lady Hawk what?
That's the name of it, Lady Hawk.
That's too fucking generic, nigger. Can't find that. Is it Hawk with an E?
Hawk is spelled H-A-W-K, mate.
Some people spell it with an E, but that's what.
No. We spell it without the E.
Oh, child.
I'm tracking my sister right now, and I thought I'm gonna track you.
You thought you were gonna track her to my boat?
Alright. Every boat has an NNSI.
Oh, I didn't register it actually. I bought it on
That's
Craigslist.
right. Yeah, you too broke.
I didn't register it.
Child.
Well, I don't blame you.
Ooh, child, I'm gonna say the N-word 1,000 times. Ooh, child, Epstein didn't do anything wrong. Ooh, child, the Republicans are a bunch of conservatives. Ooh, child, my name is Randy. Put that in Sunu. Put that in Sunu.
In his room, they were asking
Dude, don't
the
take me to
intelligent
Trump.
person on Clubhouse, and Roger said that you were up there.
Don't hate me, hate Trump. I'm not saying we're pedophobic.
And
He
he
is.
said that Randy
That's
was
right.
the biggest fucking moron.
But he's the one saying pedophobic, not me. I never called anyone pedophobic. He is the one calling you pedophobic.
No,
Randy,
because you're
stop
pro
repeating
pedophile.
yourself. It's crazy, Randy. How many times are you gonna repeat yourself? We've heard
But
it
I'm not the one
already.
saying- I'm not the one calling you pedophobes. That is Trump.
Well, no, because you have your pro.
But I'm not the one saying that, though. I'm not an elected official. You're not voting for me so that I protect the one fucking your children. That's not what's happening here. How about you go to
What's
your governor and-
happening here, Randy, is that you're
Nothing's
spamming
happening.
regardless, and you're saying
What is
nothing
Randy?
intelligent or
I'm-
important, and you just repeat yourself day after day, like people care what you have to repeat. They just don't care anymore, Randy. You've reached the end of the cycle. Let it go. Stop
I don't
repeating
care.
yourselves.
I do not care who fucks your children. I don't care who fucks your children.
You just keep repeating yourself. It's crazy, Randy. Stop it.
That is a you. I just would like it if no one fucks my kid. I don't
That's-
care about your kid.
You don't have any kids, and you won't have kids.
Because if I had them, then Trump would fuck him.
God
This
has
is
you
just
shooting
another
like-
toxic space. I'm leaving. I can't deal with people like Randy
Oh my
anymore. It's a
God,
waste of
boy,
time. It's such a waste of time.
That is a waste of time. I'll go. I have work to do.
Do you, I don't know why, but like, did you ever see the other video where it was like my business plan? It was like drug narco.
Yeah.
Or not narco, but like drug job.
They're given an unfair advantage. That's just those rich people. A lot of them worked and created and have an intelligence that, quite honestly, I don't have. And we're blessed to have them. You know, are they perfect men? No. Will they take advantages that they can get? Yes, they will. But and it's aggravating that, say, Walmart has put out a lot of small business, but it's not aggravating when I go and get a fair price for something I'm purchasing at Walmart. It's, I don't know. It's a hard problem to solve.
I don't disagree with you. Indira, what's going on with you, Indira? What's going on, Indira? Wow, that's a whole, wow, Miss Indira.
Hey, how are you?
It's the best day of my life. How are you?
I'm hanging on in there. I'm hanging in there. I can't stay long, but I saw a notification that Joe was in here, and I believe she sent me a message, maybe on TikTok or somewhere, saying that, you know, she would love for me to come back. So
I love that you're back. Oh man, I do love it.
Yeah, but as you can see, Joe, I have been very busy in politics.
Oh yes, ma'am, you have been. We're proud of you.
Thank you, and it's about to be on and popping. So Edward, I have been at the White House. I've joined this organization where we've been discussing policy on the federal level, and just meeting a lot of major players in the Trump administration. So yeah, that's what I've been doing.
Well, that's a good thing. You know where I'm at. You need some help, let me know.
I absolutely will. But but I just want to come in and say hello. I got some paying job work I got to do right now, but I just want to come in and say hello. I don't know when you guys are having another room, but I'll certainly be on the lookout for it. And Joe, you still have my cell number, don't you?
I think I do, but I'll have to look. I don't recall that I do, but I'll look.
Oh, okay. Well, look and see and everything. But it was good talking to you guys.
You too. Thank you for dropping in.
There's a lady who could lead. I'm telling you, she should.
Yeah. So thank you. I'll see you guys soon. Okay.
Appreciate you.
Okay. All right. Bye-bye.
Yeah, Joe B., I think that there's a lot of leaders. You're a leader too. We're all leaders, you know. So it's just what are people willing to take on, you know? It's a big task out here. So especially here in California.
Well, that's a whole country in itself, right?
It is a whole country in itself, and hopefully, we'll get Steve Hilton in the right, proper spot. I've been attempting to work with his campaign for the last 4 months, so see what happens,
Who is that again, Edward?
Steve Hilton, he is running for the governor of California.
Ah, yes. I didn't hear the complete name.
Yeah, the New Revolution. He used to be on, he had a program on Fox News, but he actually worked in the British government. He worked with Margaret Thatcher. He was like her Secretary of State, So that was a pretty good thing. So I don't remember all the people that was in the last room, but I was trying to pop them back over. Miss Natasha, you want to share anything? I see you down there. Some of you guys moving forward. So share the room out, you guys, just for the moment, since Edward's trying to say hello to some people, since I'm back on for the moment, right? Some of you people I haven't spoke to in a while. Guys have to be so quiet.
No, my app's glitching. Something's wrong with Clubhouse.
Yeah, it's always been that way.
True.
He said, come out. Come out. I don't think you were in there when we had this other conversation where I got dropped out of some rooms because I was talking about the Bible. I thought it was quite interesting. We had a whole conversation about it.
I meant this tongue in cheek, but God forbid, right?
Yeah, he does. But, obviously people don't want to hear the truth. They would just want to hear their truth. So it's just kind of interesting. But
and it changes every day.
Oh yeah. Of course, you know that. You can't be the same person because it's just not. That's not. People want to be a character. They don't want to have character. There's a big difference,
Good point.
Having character.
Be a character.
Come on, Bill. What's up, kid? Hey, Natasha.
Elle, what's up, Elle?
Elle left. Dadgummit.
Yeah, she popped out. I talked to her in a month of Sundays. Yeah, people, they come in and out. People pop in and out. But I just did this room because I was in another space and it crashed on us. Healthy debate. So I just tried to get some of those people back in. But
how come Healthy Debates crashed?
Roger left, and I don't know how Clubhouse works anymore. But I wasn't a moderator. I think I was, but
Hey, Sig.
Yeah, what's up, Sig? It crashed and.
Come on, man. I haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah, Sig's a good guy. Hey, Sig, do you know why it crashed? I don't know why the room bombed or somebody bombed it or whatever. Boomed it. That's what they call it. Boomed it. But I thought it to be quite funny. So, but like we were having a real, what I call, good discourse. No yelling, no cussing, just having a conversation. You think it was, really? Oh, that's interesting. Why would he crash it? He could have, but very interesting. So, but I found the conversation very interesting because we were thinking more about. Yeah, I think we're thinking more about technology and not people. And I think that's a very scary place to be in life. If we think that AI is our answer, we really lost our way as people.
I said. I have not. I haven't been on the app much. I've been so busy. Right now, I've got a carpenter in my house, and I'm trying to pick out wallpaper. And I had my granddaughter here. There's been a lot go on, Edward. I had my grandson at my house for 5 months.
How's your grandson now?
Well, he's doing okay now. He's okay. I wouldn't pick the denomination that they're going to, but my kids are back in church, and but he was.
Robot's going to be moving, 1,000 times faster than a human in physical space, literally picking strawberries at a rate of 1,000 times faster than a human. Like, I just think the exponential growth here is something that you're not really taking account for in your forecast.
And again, you can object to the people who are advocating for this. There's a bunch of reasonable reasons to be like, nah, we don't want an automated world. Like, one of the biggest reasons is you're going to displace workers by the millions, if not hundreds of millions, in a relatively short span of time, and leave a whole bunch of people out of the workforce, and therefore out of the means by which to provide for themselves to a large degree. I think that's a little bit too doom and gloom, but a lot of people do argue that. What's hard about those arguments is you have to take into account the creation of jobs that go along with the technological development, but you could still take that into account and then argue that there is a trajectory by which a huge swath of any given workforce is going to be, especially in America, are going to be displaced by machines. And I do think that those arguments can be made, taking into account all of the parameters involved. But like, then what do you do? And then there's a bunch of people who have policy solutions. Like one kind of conceptual example would be the freedom dividend by Andrew Yang, but it's basically a form of universal basic income. But what pays the universal basic income is a tax on the technology companies that are producing the machines that are displacing the workers. So you could do something like that as a policy solution. And then the reason why it's good for the companies is that people are still getting money so that they can purchase things. So the economy is still going in some way. And among the things they'll purchase are whatever the technological companies are making or producing, the goods, the services, etc. You need people in your society to make money so that they can go purchase whatever the fuck the robots are making, whether it's popcorn or whether I don't know, man. Robots are gonna be doing all kind of shit, but like whether it's a Waymo, whatever it is, like you need people with money. If they don't have money, they can't buy your shit. If they can't buy your shit, then you producing all of the robots and the Waymos and shit doesn't matter, right? So like it's an issue for everybody in the economy.
Yeah, but these things, I think y'all don't understand. These things will be gimmicks for at least 5 to 10 years, at least.
Caleb, don't
look.
Don't do that. I was deliberately avoiding the sex robots. Caleb, stop it. I'm sorry. That's a whole new can of worms, Caleb.
What is going on here?
Now go ahead. I'm sorry. I was making a joke.
What is? Okay. What the
heck?
Anyways, I was saying it's gonna be a gimmick. It's gonna be a gimmick, I think, for the next 10, 15 years. Like, I live in one of these countries that of course they want this automation stuff. They want everything to be, like super advanced, right? They got money. But I still think it's a gimmick, at least for say 15, 20 years from now. You know what I'm saying? Still, again, I think because we got so used to sci-fi movies and everything, seeing everything. And look, I'm a sci-fi nerd. I kind of want this stuff, but I don't want people to be displaced without maybe a safety net or something. And that's what, yes, we're going to, and that's what we're not thinking about too. Like, we still gonna need people for the next foreseeable 30 years. Period.
But like, come on, wait. Are Waymos a gimmick to you? Like, what do you mean by gimmick?
Well, no. I mean, I'm not saying Waymos are a gimmick. Like, I don't have Waymo. We don't have Waymos here per se. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know about Waymo. I'm not in the States. So yeah, I don't know about.
I think this will actually be a problem
this will actually, in the long run, be a problem for the government. And here's why. Because, yeah, even if people are not working and their needs are being taken care of, it gives them too much idle time to think. And what are they going to think about? They're going to think about how they don't like the government. They're going to think about, they're just going to have too much time to be creatively thinking. And this is where revolutions and overthrowing of governments starts to happen.
That's a huge assumption.
It is.
With more idle time comes a lot of possibilities. Some people will probably think creatively. A lot of people will probably just indulge in a bunch of different things, like going to the movies, getting massages, going on vacations, hanging out with friends, playing basketball or watching games. I mean, there's a lot of things you can do with your idle time, and people are led by their interests. So they're probably going to go where their interests lie. And there'll probably be generalizable trends in terms of what people do with their time if they're not working. But a lot of people will probably argue that this is better because you're getting a lot of your life back. If you're not spending a lot of your time working and your income is basically a freedom in or some kind of universal basic income that is derivable from the proceeds collected from technology companies that displace workers, then you have more time to actually live your life and do what you want to do. A lot of people are going to invest that in their family. They're going to raise their kids. They'll probably prefer some kind of homeschooling. They'll be maximally available to do it. The government might even, in certain jurisdictions, subsidize it to a certain extent, like they do in a lot of jurisdictions already. Like there's a bunch of ways it can go. That's not just people, I don't know, stewing and brewing about how the government sucks. You'll still probably have people like that, but most people probably won't do that. And there'll probably still be a bunch of economic disparities and income inequality, to be fair. So there's going to be some basics for people to be mad about shit. And I don't think everybody's going to have the same access to the same amenities. But there's just a lot of variability is all I'm really trying to say.
I'm trying to figure out what utopia you live in.
I don't think it's going to be a utopia. I think it's going to be something straight out of... I think it's going to be something straight out of Black Mirror, bro. I think it's going to be something straight out of Black Mirror. For example, since Caleb went there, there's going to be a lot of problems. There's going to be a lot of problems with relationships when robots get as sophisticated to where you can barely tell them apart from human beings, and people start having sexual relationships with them, which is inevitable because people right now are fucking silicone dolls that don't even move. So that's going to happen, and there are going to be some preferences that people have towards these very anatomically correct, very realistic robots, android robots, and it's going to fuck up the dating scene for a lot of people. It just is. And I don't know exactly what the social toll of that is going to be, but there's been a bunch of books written about it that I think are fascinating, about the social tolls and how people are actually going to be advocating for robot rights. You think I'm playing, but I'm not playing. Dead ass serious. There are going to be people advocating for rights for robots just like people advocate for rights for pets or for non-human animals. And they're dead, they already exist, but they're fringe. But they'll be way more popular if you get sophisticated enough androids that look like and act like human beings. So you're gonna have people doing that, and that's gonna be a whole political fucking paradigm. That's gonna be relatively new.
We'll be dead and gone by the time they come along.
I don't know that that's true. We'll be old probably, but they're already making these robots. It's 2025. They're already making them. The prototypes exist. You think I'm bullshit? I know way too much about this shit because I studied it in college under what's called, if you want to Google it, it's called transhumanism. And this is a whole ass philosophy of people who are advocating for exactly the shit we're describing. These motherfuckers are not playing. They're dead ass serious. They think that the future will be a lot greater if we can, in various different ways, maximize the development of computational technology. Ray Kurzweil is just to name drop some people. He talks this way. But anyway, I literally studied transhumanism in college as a part of I was a philosophy background, and I actually was trying to develop a college course that they had this program at UCLA where they let undergraduates teach college courses, and I applied for this, so I had to develop this course. So I had to do a lot of reading to prepare for that. This is where all this information comes from. I'm not a weirdo, I swear to God. But bro, name drop a book right now, and the fact that I know that this book exists, you're probably gonna look at me sideways. But it's a fascinating book, and it's not pornographic, although it's suggested it is. There's a book, Google it, it's called Sex and Love with Robots. and it's a book that delves into the future, whereby you have sophisticated enough AI robots that are very realistic, anatomically correct, and what the impact of the development of these robots for the purposes of relationships and sex and whatever are going to have on society. That's what the book is about. Google that shit. It's a fascinating read.
But again, of course, you're talking about the future shit, right? Again, Back to the Future, you know what I'm saying, 2015, right? Keep that in mind, right? Because I have a point with that, right? It's just 100 years into the future. We're talking about the next 10 years. That is not a possibility. Yes, you're going to have a silicon, extra bots, and you can buy a robot to jack your dick or something. I don't know. But what you're talking about is 130 years into the future. It's not on the anybody's periphery. Not yet.
The thing is, though, Emotep is...
The estimates, to be fair, the estimates vary, but a lot of them are way shorter term than 100 years. But there is debate about how quickly it'll emerge, to be fair to you. Like, I'm not sitting here pretending like it's got to be 30 years. But there are, like, Ray Kurzweil is an example of this, and there are other futurists. They're predicting, like, this shit is going to be in the next 30 to 50 years. Like, not 100 years. Like, 100 years, it'll also be more sophisticated. Like, in 100 years, I think that Ray Kurzweil thinks that we're going to be able to literally upload brains into robots. Like, we'll be able to live forever. Actually, he thinks that'll happen in the next 50 years. To be fair.
But he's off.
I mean, yeah, fair enough. Criticize Ray Kurzweil. I'm just name dropping the people who I know think this. But the basis of his prediction is interesting. Like, he's talking about the exponential rate of computational power using Moore's law. Moore's law is a very specific. Just Google Moore's law if you want to know more about it. But and then he thinks it's going to head towards what's called a technological singularity, at which you can't really make predictions beyond that. And actually, just Google technological singularity, because I'm not going to be able to explain it in a way that I think makes sense, because my memory's vague. But if you want to know what it is, Google it. But it basically it's a predictive model to a certain point where all bets are off in terms of prediction wise, because there's just a bunch of shit that you can't take into account to make a solid prediction, and it's on analogy to like a gravitational singularity that implicates black holes, which is why it's called singularity. But anyway, you can't like, basically there's a certain point in time where we can't really make predictions beyond, because all bets are off, because the level of technological sophistication will have reached a heightened point, to the point where we don't know what the fuck is going to happen. That's basically the basic idea. If that's not helpful, I apologize. But sorry, I'm only enthusiastic like this because I think this shit is fascinating. And I have for decades. I've felt this way since college. I've been in college in like damn near 20 years.
So here's my question. Is Elon Musk a transhumanist? And if so, is he steering our planet toward such a singularity? Because there could be a case to be made there.
He technically could be considered a transhumanist. He embraces a lot of the warnings that come along with this kind of stuff, but yeah, in many ways he's positioned himself in his companies to advocate for a lot of these developments.
Yeah, he is.
Particularly, he stands to benefit the most. He's one of the people in the world who stand to benefit the most from the advancements of AI. Also, it can aid him in other businesses, like his Neuralink stuff, like all of that shit. Like, that's all futuristic shit, and a lot of the transhumanists are definitely pro that. But also space travel. Like, he's trying to put motherfuckers on Mars in the next few decades. And he actually has developed companies that are capable of doing it in that time frame. So in many ways, he is an exemplar of what I'm talking about. And he is a futurist. He thinks very hard about developing technological futures that he thinks are positive to human beings in various different ways. And in many ways, he's a pioneer. Now, he's also recently been marred and stained with a bunch of problematic political views. So it undermines how people think of him. And I think that's fair, because that MAGA shit is some strong Kool-Aid. But that said, he actually is pro a lot of shit. And like, it's ironic that one of the things that was the basis of his fallout with Trump that made the news was Trump was supportive of a lot of shit that's undermining to a lot of the futuristic projects that he wants, particularly the advancement of policies that will maximize the demand and the development of EVs, which he has a car company that has to benefit from, Tesla, and like the embracing of a lot of older technologies and a lot of like old ways of doing things. So like, coal, natural gas, all that shit. So like, there's a tension there that is hilarious. But yeah, he's basically a version of a transhumanist, maybe a moderate transhumanist. Some of these motherfuckers are radical as shit. Like, they want to like upload people's brains into machines and shit so they can live forever. And their whole goal is to like cure us of the problem of death. Like, death is like a illness that needs to be solved. Like, these motherfuckers are like uber fucking radical, bro. Well, I would say radical, but they don't think of themselves radical. They think of themselves as visionaries or whatever. But yeah, bro, they try to solve the problem.
Larry Ellison.
I don't know who that is. Larry Ellison.
The Oracle CEO, Palantir.
You're
He's the head of Oracle, Larry Ellison.
The head of Oracle?
Yeah.
No, here's Alex Carp.
Sorry, yeah, but
Larry Ellison.
He's on a board.
Larry Ellison, yeah, my bad.
Chief Technology Officer of Oracle, yeah.
Muse, you're forgetting one crucial step in your advancement to sex robots and being able to be jerked off or masturbated with in a convenience store, and your advancements in of brains going into robots. You've forgotten one crucial step in there that usually will signify an end. What will end up happening is we will redefine the way we wage war, and we will redefine the way in which we engage, hurt, and kill each other across the globe in society. That is the crucial step to watch, because all those advancements that you're talking about, they will occur in the military first, and we will see something that will be whole-scale incredible. Like, drone warfare in my lifetime has advanced so much that I would be terrified to be on the battlefield now. Not that you wouldn't be scared, but to imagine to fight an enemy and then hear this like little whine going off somewhere in the distance and trying to hide from that in a massive way, and give that to a robot you can't kill, you can't harm, it doesn't tire, it doesn't have food, and put that against the population, and you're going to see something that you may not like.
Well, okay, to be fair, I think you have a valid point, but just to throw this out there, although there are a lot of examples where it does, not all technological advancements start off with military applications first before they're, outsourced to the public. There's a lot of them that are actually developed for public consumption first, and then actually the military will adopt them after the fact. So just to be clear, so I wouldn't make the assumption that all of these new technologies will start off in the military or have military applications that be weaponized. But a lot of them will. Like, AI has a bunch of applications that are not military already, but it has a bunch of applications that have been military since its inception, from smart bombs to whatever. And like, the military is clearly like investing in the development of even more sophisticated AI systems. So particularly for drone warfare, but also for other applications. So like, it's a weird example because the early forms of AI were applied to the military, and then they went out widespread to like the general public, but then they got like reinserted into the military again as it advanced. So there's like a weird cyclical thing with that example. But I don't know, man. Like, like humanoid robots, I don't know that they have that much of a military application.
Can I show you
they seem to be primarily developed for like private consumption as opposed to military application. There are some, particularly when it comes to like parts of people's limbs and shit, like to like replace like arms and shit like that, robotics. But like, I don't know, like, are there humanoid robots that have actually been like deployed for military purposes?
So I haven't said there's a humanoid robot in existence on the battlefield. I wouldn't know that, and we probably wouldn't know that. There's probably some stages of that. I am aware of military exercises where like the Marine Corps 5th Reactivation beat the AI simulation that was set up for him a number of years ago. I don't know if they've retested it that way. One of the guys hid under a cardboard box and just crawled to the unit and then just planted a fake charge and was able to defeat the system. But it has grown in leaps and bounds since then. But like the application now, what I see is patrol dogs that are actually robotic.
Yep, that's true.
And so I've seen weapons placed on these to be able to implement.
They're using them for like bomb squad applications, law enforcement.
Yeah, so this
a lot of ways.
Yeah, and so like for an old salt like me, a veteran, I'm looking at this and I'm seeing like we thought nuclear weapons were bad, and yes, we didn't have an explosion, but now we're going to implement these alongside with our warfighter frames. And once that technology is even seen, there are going to be other nations that are going to deploy this, develop it, and make their own versions or even steal ours. Like China steals shit all the time from us. And they'll sell it to bidders around the world. So,
I mean, yeah, it's an arms race.
But what about cyber warfare? That's even
That's also
bigger.
another area. Yeah, that's a huge application for AI. I mean, you want AIs that are sophisticated enough to outsmart that. I mean, that's one of the reasons why there's government investment in quantum computing, actually, partially. There's a bunch of other possible applications for quantum computing too, but like all of that shit. Like, I mean, if you really want to, a whole nother like nascent field of technology is like nanotechnology and like all of the fuck shit you can do with nanotechnology, bro. Like, there are a bunch of military applications for nanotechnology that are scary as shit, and that we've only seen in our sci-fi films. But there are other applications, like there are medical applications for nanotechnology. Like, imagine if you had a bunch of sophisticated AI controlled robots that are in your bloodstream. They're really, really small, and they can like heal you from the inside. They can like recognize cancer cells and neutralize them before you develop cancers and shit. Like, that's the kind of shit that
pretty
people
well
about.
developed. That technology is pretty well developed and being tested.
Well, it's nascent, but yeah, I mean, yes, it is being developed. That is 100% true. But my point is, the possible applications go beyond what I think the state of the art is at this point. A bunch of reasons. It's not as cost effective. Like, there probably will be a stage at which nanotechnology becomes as ubiquitous as like cell phones. But like that's the kind of shit that like people have been talking about, theorizing about for decades now in the kind of transhumanist futurist space. Like it'll just blow your mind, the shit that they've come up with, and they're now like starting to actually like have prototypes for and shit. But they've been theorizing about it since the fucking 60s and shit, if not earlier. Like, it's wild. But yeah, anyway, that shit's fascinating to me.
Weapon technology is going to be very, very interesting because, I mean, it's not going to be like the movies Terminator, where you have these lumbering kind of automatons dodging these bullets. No fucking way, dude. Like Brad said, you're doing high from this shit. So it's going to be so accurate.
No. AI deciding to wipe out human beings is actually a realistic possibility. Like that.
Yeah, I mean, accessibility too, right? I mean, think about it as these things advance and become cheaper, and all of a sudden, like the Mexican cartel or some bad actor that with a bunch of resources has access to this stuff. Like, and we're going to really need the fucking Neuralink shit. We better hope this stuff works because we're going to need a revolution in consciousness if we want to.
You better hope I become John Connor and stay my age.
So a lot of these ideas, the only access to the general public has to them are vis-a-vis sci-fi movies that are really impactful on our culture. And so that creates a bias towards looking at them in a very specific way. But they're still like good to like, reference because people have a frame of reference at all for the technologies. It may not look exactly like a fucking, T9000 or whatever the fuck they're called, but the idea that some kind of sophisticated AI machine becomes self-aware and decides that the biggest threat to its existence are human beings and then proceeds to create a fucking genocide is actually possible. Like, that's not, it sounds far-fetched, it sounds like the shit out of movies, but that shit is actually plausible. And a lot of futurists do try to take on the threat of, like, AI that, like, because there's, like, a logic behind, like, identifying human beings as threats to the planet. Because we do a lot of fuck shit on this planet.
Let me tell you something that, like, when I read it, I sat back and people were heralding it as a great invention. They now have drones the size of a mosquito or a bee, like that small. And the idea, like you won't hear it, you won't see it, you can't pick it up unless you have some sort of counter device or AI or drone protection around you, which even then that can't do it. But just imagine like 50 feet away, all of a sudden just a swarm of these just come out and just enter you. It hit you in the heart, lung, chest, like nothing can be protected because you can't protect yourself from something like this. Or the idea to inject, say, a communicable disease that's horrifying. You could do this. These applications are being thought of because we're doing it with like controlling mosquitoes in Florida. We're trying to tinker around these edges, and every time we advance, it seems we go through this whole period where we're going to do like some massive fucking slaughter, and everybody's going to get all noble after everybody's dead, and then we say, oh,
China's
again.
China apparently, or Japan or China, one of those Asian countries, developed one that is like they're looking for spy applications.
It's a side of it's China.
Yeah, that shit's, I mean, Black Mirror is popular for a reason. Black Mirror has a way of tapping into these scenarios. Yeah, Black Mirror, the show on Netflix, it has a way of tapping into these scenarios and kind of showing fucked up about some of these potential futures, and it's kind of eerie because that shit's very possible. Like,
I would like to welcome can I welcome you guys to conspiracy theory land that y'all always calling us crazy, and now y'all sound.
Okay, first of all, I never said all conspiracies were crazy.
Not you.
Okay, well, we are pontificating endlessly about possibilities, but that's not quite the same as conspiracy theories.
I'm saying all these things were considered conspiracy theories, though. So
well, yeah, like whether or not a country was spying.
Everything y'all saying was conspiracy theories. Y'all called us nut jobs for.
What are you saying, y'all, Hema?
This Walker, I'm painting the broad brush. It might be unfair, but I'm.
Bro, I got conspiracy theories in my family, bro. I love some of y'all. Some of y'all are crazy though.
I just want to welcome y'all over here. They're welcome. Get comfortable.
Yeah, one of the things that I think is attractive about the conspiracy theory community is they do engage in conversations where we kind of loosely talk about future possibilities and all this kind of stuff. And that's fun to talk about. So I'll give you that. The thing I have as an issue against conspiracy theorists is the uncareful logic. I don't like that. That's the thing that I criticize the most.
No, I agree, because there's a lot of people that make up conspiracy theories. Like when something happened, they're like, well, it happened because of this. Like, that's not how conspiracy theories work. No, I definitely get the sloppiness of it, but yeah. But in general, I definitely.
I mean, I was talking to flat earthers for like a year just because I was fascinated by what the fuck they thought was going on. Like, I was like, wow, like, why don't you just assume that shit? That's just me though. But I got a lot of conspiracy theorists in my family. It's normal, particularly in the Black community, because we've been engaging in various forms of conspiracy theories about what the government was doing to our communities, and a lot of that shit turned out to be fucking true.
Yeah, we seen a lot of fucked up shit come.
Yeah, so like I get it. It's a part of our culture to a certain extent. I get it, but yeah, some people in our community be going a little too overboard with some shit, bro.
But I'll caution that. Take this as a word of caution. If you think with the advancements of technology that you have infringements on rights and that our applications are going wrong, you wait till this technology actually jumps ahead, and you will see that it will be targeted, and you'll be screaming for something reminiscent of the past. That's what I see going forward. Like, do you really want AI saying, hey, this one neighborhood out here is going to be the biggest problem, so we are going to focus all assets in here, and we're just going to go in and clean it up, however way it determines it. And what we will see is lawmakers bend and modify laws to enable that to happen. And that's what I see going on, because everybody's embracing this thing. It's going to be a utopia. And show me somewhere in history where there ever was a utopia. And please don't bring up the fucking Bible. But I mean, show me a utopia that has existed in civilization.
The only utopia I know of is whatever time period Republicans are talking about when they say they want to make America great again. Because the way they talk about that shit sound like it's a utopia. Whatever period they talk about, I don't know what it is. They make it sound so awesome.
It's a mythical.
I think that applies to you,
mythical.
Touching on the conspiracy aspect and looping into how you had said we only get glimpses of this through sci-fi. I mean, well, there's a long running history of CIA and other OGA government agencies backing movies, backing certain shows in order to early introduce this stuff to the populace, so it's not shocking it hits us.
Yes, psyops, right? They call those psyops.
Yep.
That's actually true. That's 100% true.
That's not how psyops work, but I mean that's going a little bit far, but okay.
It can be in one way. So for example, like if you wanted to introduce slowly but surely your population to a certain amount of comfortability regarding aliens, and you leaked their appearances through various different means, including sci-fi movies and stuff like that, that's actually a theory that people think is actually going on right now. But that would be a version of a psyop if that actually happened. I'm saying it hypothetical. I'm not committed to the fact that that's actually happened, but people have argued that that's literally what has happened. And so like our images of aliens is actually in some sense guided by governments slipping into public consciousness actual depictions of actual aliens. What up, Alante? So that would be a version of a psyop. And then when you reveal like, hey, we've known all this time that these aliens existed, people are less shocked because it looks like they saw the movies and they're familiar with it on some level. And you can introduce people to a lot of things like that they become more comfortable with over time because it's like they didn't realize that's what you were doing. I'd be surprised if our government hasn't done that to us several times already.
Most people don't think for themselves. They're all programmed. That's why they come to this room.
I mean, to a certain extent, it's like we can't help but be programmed because it's how our brains work. But
exactly my point.
But we can mitigate some of it. Like certain people are trying to program us for very specific things that we may not adopt.
Naturally, yeah.
If you're going to talk about programming, I would say it occurs mostly when you're in your early 20s. You get programmed, and then you begin a decoupling when you're 30s, and then you hit 40s, and you're like, what the fuck? And then when you go through that period, then you're like, oh, fuck, this is all just shit. What the fuck? Don't believe it.
I disagree. I
disagree. Highly disagree.
Yeah. You can be programmed at pretty much any age. Yeah. As long as you're capable of learning, you can be programmed at pretty much any age.
I agree, but most people are not capable of learning. They don't have critical thought. I mean, think about it. An entire nation.
Almost anybody with a sensible brain is capable of critical thought. That's not a difficult thing to accomplish.
And it's not even about the critical thought that I'm right.
Yeah, either. It's about psychological conditioning. Right? So for example, one of the primary means of programming nowadays is our goddamn cell phones and social media algorithms. That literally is how people are programmed. Like even me, like to the best of my ability, I try not to be, but like I know I am because I'll watch a basketball game, I'll see a Burger King commercial 3 times, and all of a sudden I fucking want a Whopper. What the fuck? Like that shit works. It works on anyone. Anybody with a psychology that can be manipulated, it works on them. So this idea that if you're smart enough, if you're a critical thinker, you can't be programmed is ridiculous. You have a whole ass subconscious that can be impacted by marketing, constantly seeing images. And if that shit is like algorithmic, right? You like certain things, so then the algorithm goes, all right, show him this again. Like you can actually, this kind of thing can be leveraged to like influence people politically. Which was like
it happened every day when people.
It happens every fucking election, but also like that's what what's that shit? Cambridge Analytica. That's what the fuck they were doing, bro. Like that's the shit they were like. They understood that you could use this technology and you could program political opinions in a certain way that could actually maximize votes in a certain direction. Like that's possible. That has happened. I think that there's a lot of efforts to like stop social media companies from doing it to a certain extent, but like. It happens, bro. Like, you create echo chambers in social media spaces.
Prove my point, saying that more young people are actually easier to be programmed, and then they start decoupling as they age later on in life.
When you said 20 to 30, MAGA is programmed.
Hold on, Keith. You said 20 to 30. I'm saying 2 to 6.
Yeah, all of the above, bro. You can be programmed at any age. Like, okay, so you're right.
It starts as early as a baby. Like, it doesn't start when you're 20.
Certain social media cater to younger ages, like TikTok, for example. And so the reach of younger people in the age bracket that you described, like, yeah, they have an outsized influence on them. But the idea that if an older person were to use TikTok in a similar way or to a similar degree of frequency as younger people, that they could not be programmed in the same way is what I'm disputing. I'm saying it's not really a matter of age. It's a matter of what your habits of social media are and how the algorithms are interacting with your psychology. If you're an older person and you don't fuck with TikTok because people in your age bracket don't fuck with it, then TikTok is not going to be the vector for you. For a lot of older people, it's Facebook because that's what they fuck with. That's what they interact with. My dad comes to me and with a whole bunch of misinformation all the time that he got from Facebook because that's what he uses. And it annoys me because I'm like, bro, like, I know that's wrong, but like, he's like, it'll be something innocuous like, oh, I heard Klay Thompson got traded. No, he didn't. Yeah, it's on Facebook. No, he did not get traded. He's still on the Mavs. He's like, nah, let me show you. And then he showed me some shit. And I'm like, yeah, this is false. Like, nah, it didn't happen. Like, it's like, what? And like, it's like, bro, yeah, like there are ways to figure it out. Like, I go to Shams on X. I told him, like, follow Shams. Shams, if somebody got traded like that, Shams will be all over it. He's trustworthy. And then so I'm trying to help my dad out with some of this stuff. But he sends me stuff all the time. Like, oh, did you hear about this? I'm like, that's fake, Dad. Like,
and it's annoying as hell because my parents, my mom especially, does it to me. I just seen so and so and wait, no, that's fake news. No, you turned it into the Orange Man. No, it literally is fake news.
Yeah, I be having to prove him. I'm like, bro, look, he's on the roster on ESPN. He's still on this team. Like, what do you mean he did not get traded? I would know. But then he'll come home with some accurate information. Oh, I heard Gilbert Arenas got arrested. Yeah, that is true. Right? Same sources though. So now it's like he don't know how to differentiate between the trustful information, you know what I mean, the trustworthy information and the not trustworthy, because he's getting good information and bad information from the same places.
But I mean, I think y'all gotta think.
Brad, I will give you this. My bad, Emotep. I will give you this. Like, at a certain age, you know what I'm saying, we become a little bit more cognizant and we can decipher these things, especially when we have like experience or skills with these different platforms. So we can get a better sense probably around those ages, 20 to 30, and what is potentially fake news. So it gives a little bit more credence to what you're saying. But like, again, we're dealing with the kids or the older folks in this particular time in society. It's super hard to decipher for them because they don't necessarily have those skills and the factors as much as maybe a 20-year-old who lives in their phone.
No, I disagree. I'm sorry. Because the amount of people that think Trump is the same, sorry, Brad, is crazy. So this man was ranting about windmills and all kind of stuff for 3 days straight. So I'm sorry. No, a lot of older people especially, they go down these YouTube rabbit holes, even young too, right?
No, I said that. I gave credence to that.
I thought the young,
I gave credence to the fact that older people are looking.
I thought the young and old, it'd be the same thing, same mess and same sources. It just depends on what people do. A lot of, especially Americans, I don't say especially Americans, but because I'm overseas, right? Even people here, they will believe this stuff and you'd be like, no, that's not true. But no, I seen this on TikTok or what. I'm like, no, that's not true. And they're like, oh, well, no, that's not true. I can tell you this and whatever, because I've experienced this, right? This is something I've experienced in real life.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me that's the way it is, and I'm telling you, no, it's not true. But at the same time, you're going to argue me down that it's true. So it just depends on how many people want to really go to different sources and research the facts, and that's the problem. People, and it's worldwide, do not want to use more than one source to search for their facts. And that's the issue. It doesn't matter what age, region, culture, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but we also have to account for So we're talking about fact, right? So that's easily debunked or whatever. But then there's the notion of things that come from opinion-based sources, and it's like, okay, it's wrong if you disagree, but if you agree with that line of thought, it might be, viable in some way. So there's that aspect of it too, that everything isn't always based in fact. So that's a whole nother layer.
I mean, opinion is opinion, right? I mean, that's it.
Yeah, but it can be like political ideology. Go ahead, it's my bad.
Yeah, that's opinion.
No, you good. I want to agree. Like, the thing I was disagreeing with Brad is this idea that once you reach a certain age, you're not susceptible to being programmed. I think to mitigate a little bit, I agree.
I just said there are less.
Well, there's a sense in which that's true. There's certain vectors of programming that I think you're less likely to fall prey to, and I think like my TikTok example was good because once you reach a certain age, you may be done with TikTok, or really certain age brackets don't really fuck with TikTok and never really did in the status quo. But like the older generation is still programmable. Like a lot of older people, some of them are on Facebook, but actually some of them watch cable news. Like cable news disproportionately skews older, and like motherfuckers are watching Fox News every night and like believe in shit they see or whatever it is. It could be Newsmax, News Nation, it could be CNN, MSNBC. Like a lot of the older folks are watching that shit for real, and like they're believing a lot of it even if it ain't true. And that's one means by which they can be programmed. It's not the only one. And like the programmability of human beings hasn't really to do with whether or not they're critical thinkers or not. It has more to do with how susceptible facets of their psychology are to impressions or being manipulated in various different ways. And like,
I think it also
social media algorithms are one vector, but like television commercials are another vector, or like whatever you watch on TV. It doesn't have to be commercials or marketing. It can be like public service announcements. It can be news, whatever. Like anything that impacts the way that you think about things, right, can like be used to manipulate you, right? And like there are a lot of things you can do to minimize the likelihood that you'll be led astray. And I think a lot of us try to do that. We try to check our sources. We try to do different sources because we know about bias. We're maybe to a certain extent trying to be attentive to our mental, like, you know what I mean? Like to a certain degree attentive to our subconscious, but that's hard because it's subconscious. But we take steps to kind of minimize the ability to just be total robots or robotically programmed. But like we're all susceptible to it. Like no matter how smart we are and no matter how like well-intentioned we are and our like diet of information, like we're all susceptible to that shit is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I mean, I think this diet of information, I feel like you hit it on the spot, and I think as people get older, they generally narrow their variety of food sources in their informational diet. I think that's basically like my grandpa's generation was basically completely traumatized by Fox News, believed every random conspiracy theory, weapons of mass destruction, all that kind of stuff. And then I think the boomers, they just are just trapped in the world of academia, and they're just reading whatever fucking Politico and I don't know, all those liberal news sources, you name it, right? And they're just stuck, trapped in that. And they think these are authoritative news sources, and they can't really move past that. And then whatever they look at online, it kind of just feeds that. They kind of just base their selection on that, and just becomes this never-ending kind of like reinforcement circle, or this force and function to continue to only feed them with what they see as authoritative news sources. So now basically the entire boomer generation is just like traumatized by CNN, Rolling Stone, MSN, like you name it. So I think it's just like as people get older, they just become lazy in how they diversify their news sources, and they just end up having like an infinite feedback loop of the same kind of bullshit. And yeah, I just feel like that's kind of what it is. So it's like kind of a duty as you get older to continue to make a fucking effort to read, to like diversify your sources, because it's a cross-referencing that really, I don't know. Am I making sense? I feel like I'm trying to make a point.
You know what I mean? The cross-referencing is one method of many that you can use to like identify bias or not be misled with misinformation. And there's other strategies you can use. Making sure that you're not constantly participating in certain echo chambers and just trying to diversify what you hear. being open to talking to people with different perspectives. These are all strategies. They're not all foolproof. They don't always prevent you from being tricked or misinformed, but they help. So yeah, I totally agree. I mean, the one of my like biggest drivers of being in these rooms is I'm trying to promote that kind of environment. Like, I do want, no matter where your perspective is, I do want you to be able to like voice your opinion. I might disagree vehemently, but hey, at least I heard from you, and maybe you'll plant the seeds in like in 30 days. I might be like, you know what, that one thing that one person said I disagree with, I kind of agree now. Like, I like that because to me that shows some kind of openness. And it doesn't always happen. Sometimes I'm like, no, I still disagree, but like at least I have some reasons now that I can articulate. You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I try.
It's just frustrating, like that our older generation is completely kind of unaware of the tunnel vision and echo chambers that they're in, and then you end up with kind of like Russiagate bullshit being perpetuated for like 4 years. It takes people 4 years to like realize that's bullshit, and then municipals that were really buying into that still don't realize that it's bullshit. And then our older population are the only motherfuckers that vote. So they're just like the ones voting based off a lot of bullshit. But I don't fucking know. Yeah, the younger population needs to get out there and vote because I feel like they're the ones that are a little bit more privy to some of the, like, they're the ones that generally have more diverse set of news sources. But I guess that's kind of like a separate issue.
I think some people generation deserve more credit though, because they're not a monolith. Like they don't all. There are people in the older generations who do use technology in similar ways to us, and they have learned how to navigate these things like us. So I wouldn't cast with too broad of a brush, but there probably
could
is.
Trump convert a Word document into a PDF?
Could Trump? Probably not.
Yeah. Probably not, right?
But I can.
Probably not. But like
I can, and I know
Dr. Francine,
and to be honest, I don't know that Trump's the greatest exemplar of like checking your sources. Trump regurgitates a lot of shit that's false all the time because of his echo chamber or wherever.
I mean, I'm not trying to pick on Trump either. I'm just like making a point that like it's unfortunate that I think the older generation generally doesn't diversify news sources, and they're the only ones that vote. I think that makes us particularly susceptible as a society.
Do you think that's a horrible overgeneralization?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Well, I'm
my
sorry,
dad
Dr. Francine. You're the
my dad has
exception.
a much broader palette than that, and he's a radio talking host.
I mean, there's wisdom that comes with old age, and a lot of the older people are wise in their approach to addressing the I would say the dilemma of misinformation. They do try to have like wide variety of sources. Some of them are still reading print newspapers. I don't know why, but a lot of them are using
Because
cell
some of
phones
us
the
like
rest of us.
books and papers as opposed to...
Yeah, that's a little, that's a stereotype. But like, yeah, some of them are tech savvy, just like us. Like they know how to use smartphones. They're on Clubhouse. They access the same shit we access, and they have different methods and shit too. Like, so I don't want to make it seem like it's all of them. But there are like generational divides in the ways in which information is consumed that I also want to give credence to. And a lot of older people consume information in particular ways that are kind of like, the habits of their generation. Like cable news, for example. And that's, I can acknowledge that too.
I think it's weird that society itself wants to get, like I hear this talk about older, and as I approach age, I find it ironic because when I was younger, I said the same thing, like, oh, you don't know anything. And we've all said that when we were young kids. When I was about to face the world, and Dad gripped you by the shoes, Marshall, you got a lot of background, man. We heard this, and like when I was like young and going off to the military, and my dad said, "Be careful, son. The world's not what you think it is. The world is very dark. It's very conniving. It's manipulative. It's beautiful." And he gave me that whole speech, and I was like, "What does the old man know?" And my dad was right. As I grew up, I became a version of my father, and had to recognize that. Fuck, he was right about this. He was right about that. He was right about this. And I think that we disregard wisdom so much so, and then we're in favor. Like right now, you hear it in this room. People will rather than ask or look up a reference, they'll utilize ChatGPT. I find that asinine, but and then be very quick to dismiss somebody who, like a Dr. Francine, who can give a take on what it was like to be, young in the 70s or 60s. And she can tell you the vibe and what people were generalizing, thinking, rather than and give you a firsthand account of what was going on from her lens, and you can learn something. And we saw this in the pandemic when all the businesses and all those lockdowns, like nobody knew how to fucking can, jar. Most of your wives and girlfriends couldn't cook a fucking meal to save their lives because they didn't know how, because Uber Eats was the biggest thing. And when they shut down restaurants, you couldn't Uber Eat shit. So you either had to live off McDonald's or eat burnt crap that I eat. So, I mean, you have to look at, I don't know. I still say, like, as people age, they gain more wisdom, they gain more knowledge, and they gain more experience. And what we have is what we've had for decades and generations. That the younger generation just thinks they have all the answers, but they never know the question.
I agree with you, Brad. I agree with you. I probably made too general of a case. Definitely, I think all of us have gotten wiser as we got older, but I just think that, like, if you look at the age of the Senate, for example, where it's like 25% is over 70, and if you look at all the ages of the presidential candidates, Bernie Sanders, Donald Trump, Biden, Elizabeth Warren, Clinton, etc., like there is a sense, which I think is very real, that people have gone past the traditional age of retirement and are kind of clinging on to power and maintaining a lot of old ideas that are not allowing new ideas to cycle in.
Like, what's an old idea you feel like, for lack of a better description, these old fuddy-duddies are getting in the way of?
Well, do you disagree that there's some sentiment that I'm saying, that I'm talking about, Marshall, like in general?
I mean, I get the sense that people want the old to loosen the reins on power. I don't necessarily get the sense that there is a budding crop of young people willing to step up and do good governance. I think good governance, in particular in the Senate, takes time to learn, and just throwing a new person in there in their 40s, while they may be in their 40s, doesn't necessarily mean they're going to be able to negotiate stuff. It doesn't necessarily mean they're going to know the rules of the Senate. It doesn't really mean they're going to know the culture of the Senate. All of those things can only be gained with time, serving, 4, 5, 6 separate terms at 6 years apiece. And though that culture of the Senate is as important to its functioning as Jefferson's Rules of Order is to parliamentary procedure. Like the traditions of the Senate are kept.
I mean, I can still man the position. I can still man the position. And this attitude generically, although not universally or exclusively, comes from a progressive lens. There is a lot of, particularly in our government, like let's say Congress, for example, in Capitol Hill, there's a lot of deference to like the good old boys. There's a lot of deference to senior members of Congress. And sometimes that deference is justified, and it's rooted in this idea that, hey, these people have been in there the longest, they're therefore the most savvy and can help you navigate, the way things are done in Washington or whatever. But sometimes, and especially from the lens of the progressives, it's viewed as like arbitrary bases to keep things the same that ought to be changed. And so like there's a tension there, and I think the progressives have a point. And sometimes these examples become pretty, like, I think obvious. One such example perhaps is the issue right now that is actually being talked about making it so that members of Congress can't trade stocks. I think that's a great idea. I think that it's a bastion of corruption that Congress members have ever been able to do that. And by the way, I don't think that the vice president or the president should be able to do so either. Nancy Pelosi's insider trade is a great example of why that's. And she acts like she and her husband are not guilty of anything, but she would say that. But I think the evidence against her is obvious. Regardless, because that might be the product of my own bias. Like the mere perception of corruption is enough to change this, whether or not she's actually guilty of anything legally actionable or not. And like, there are a lot of people in Congress who are resisting this, and they don't seem to have good arguments, at least in my opinion, other than something akin, and I heard this argument, I forget who, something akin to, why are we punishing people for making money? why are we punishing people who want to serve in Congress for making money? And it's like, that is not a good argument against this at all to me. Now, there's some details in the bill that was proposed by Holly that I think actually are debatable, to be fair to the people who are against it. But the basic idea of making explicit prohibitions that members of Congress, who often have something akin to insider information, although technically legally it's not considered that gives them an upper hand and puts them in a position relative to the general public that they can benefit from trading stocks that they own, is a bad thing and reeks of corruption that shouldn't happen. Like, most people in Congress actually agree with the general sentiment. But why is it so difficult to pass a bill that accomplishes that? I have no fucking idea, given all the bipartisan support. But that might be an example of where, like, something is being kept in place that should have changed a long time ago. And, like, a lot of it is like, this is the way we're used to doing it, or some reference to, like, it's totally normal for X, Y, and Z reasons. But, like, those aren't really good reasons in, I think, that particular context. And perhaps I can come up with a better example if that's not an acceptable one. But, like, I do think that sometimes this deference to the way things have always been done is an impediment to improving things.
I think it's because half these people wouldn't have got into politics in the first place. So you're basically taking away their motivation for getting into it.
I mean,
I was dedicated 20 years. You're going to take it away? This is what I'm here for.
I mean, it might, maybe, yeah.
I think just that was like actually a much better argument than I probably made myself. But I'm just looking at it from a very normie, common sense perspective that all the presidential candidates that had a serious chance of winning outside of Kamala, who was essentially a default selection due to Biden being cognitively impaired, which is particularly germane to the point that I'm making, right? The auto pen is particularly relevant to the point that I'm trying to make. Right, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, Clinton, Trump.
What are you talking about? Kamala was chosen for all of her joy.
Right. It was a campaign of joy. I mean, I just think from a very common sense perspective, when every single candidate is in their 80s, that's pretty fucking weird. I think that's a very strange society that we're living in. When those are the only options. So like, people would say, "Oh, well, you could have voted for Amy Klobuchar or something," as if she's so much fucking younger. Like, the point is they didn't have a serious chance of winning, right? I'm talking about candidates. So I'm just arguing from a very common sense perspective. I think a lot of people.
To return back kind of to the topic proper, I do want to explore, to the extent people are willing, to explore this, what I consider an interesting dilemma of what is the proper response to a naked power grab of the sort that the Texas GOP is being accused of by the Democrats. Should they fight fire with fire and get their hands dirty in the process, doing the very thing that they're decrying as unfair? Or should they do something else that's more consistent with the fact that they view it as wrong? Why or why not?
Well, if they were really that upset, to bring it back to your original topic, if they truly were upset, then they would stop the practice themselves. Then they would put a legislation up to actually prevent it across all 50 states. I wouldn't be advocating for a universal body, but I could see that that you should make it mandated that redistricting must be adequately and the lines need to be drawn. But Democrats really don't want that kind of shift. They want the optic of this. That's all they want. They want to be able to redo it themselves, like they did in New York, like they do in California, like they do in Chicago, all over all their spots, Carolinas. etc. And they have no problem doing that. And then they say, oh, we're just for the people. Never mind when we do it. And then they cry about Republicans and vice versa. So unless one side is willing to actually stop the practice and then put forward legislation to outlaw the practice, then I don't know what they're crying about, because quite frankly, it's just bullshit on both sides.
Hey, bro,
But what should they do?
They should do it then. If they've been doing it and they known for doing it, then in this instance, they stand to lose 5 seats. I mean, they definitely should do it. So I don't see the reason why not.
But Brad, what should they do then?
I mean, again, people are gonna turn, and particularly those on the left, they're gonna go turn and say the federal government needs to come in. And I would say that states, like, you have 50 different entities that rule on this, or some variants of this across the states, that determine districts or determine what's in terms of like who's going to be in what populace for voting and who's under what. So unless those 50 somehow, or that state becomes aligned in some facet, then you won't have it. And the thing that I would not want would be the federal government to have oversight over that process, because Joe Biden tried to introduce that bill, and he wanted it to rest in the decision hands of 3 federal district judges that were appointed by the president. That was a naked fucking power grab, and I mean, it didn't gain any traction. No one wanted that fucking shit, not even Democrats, because they looked long term and said there'll eventually be a Republican president who will wield this power, and it could come and backfire on us. So it died off rather quickly. So I mean, I don't have an answer for this situation. I really don't. People say to use AI to draw maps. I don't think that's right. Again, on the national level, it's a mute point. On your local level, get better fighters. If Democrats were really so invested in Texas, like they keep screaming about, then start recognizing what Texans' issues are.
Wait, but what should they do?
There's nothing. I think you should do nothing. I think this is just an optic.
You should do nothing. You should let the GOP just have a naked power grab.
Like, again, where was the outrage when Democrats did it 2-3 years ago in New York? You didn't hold a room on it.
Well, I didn't know about it.
Oh, okay. But I mean, like, you know, like, I'm not going to fault you for that, but I mean, there you go. It's an optic. There's nothing to do. There's nothing to be done, and there's nothing
okay. Is it wrong to gerrymander? Like,
no,
it's not wrong to gerrymander.
Is it illegal?
I didn't say illegal. I mean,
the Democrats should follow suit then, right?
Is it? Well, I mean, another way to ask it is it consistent with democratic principles to allow partisan gerrymander?
Well, that, you know, no, I wouldn't say it falls in line with what people's perceptions of, but we're a constitutional republic.
I'm not talking about perceptions. I mean, objectively, like, is it consistent
I don't want
with
a
the principles of democracy?
I don't want a democracy in the United States. I do not want a full-blown. Neither does anybody.
Hold on. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the one man, one vote principle. Okay, everybody gets a say insofar as you're eligible to vote, and your say is not like diluted by weird line drawing games of either party. Isn't like that would be fair, I think, and consistent with that principle, that democratic principle. To the extent that gerrymandering undermines the fairness of that, isn't it bad?
Yeah, but it can also be good. It could help an impoverished. Wait, hold on. The same in the inverse. It can help an impoverished district. So, for instance, if it gets incorporated under a more industrial, that representative is much better, much more alignment, sits on higher committees. All of a sudden, that congressperson brings back representation that's able to, which channels, guess what? Federal funding, federal tax dollars, federal programs. And that's what Congress people should be fighting for. So,
but hold on. But it's subject. The problem with that is that it's subject to the whims of nakedly partisan actors. That's what makes it awkward. Like, so like, yeah, it might turn out to have some definable benefit for a jurisdiction that was like unintended, but that would be an accident. That's not the point of it. The point of it is to concentrate power into the partisan actors that are doing the redistricting.
I mean, you're talking to, you're like, naked political power grabs have been happening. You brought up Cambridge Analytics. Obama nakedly used that shit, and then Trump put it on steroids on his first term. And then Biden utilized it, and then Trump used it again. So, like, that's a naked power grab.
Yeah, but
you have naked power grabs.
It doesn't have the impact of diluting the.
Again, you're not going to get me to have this. You're not going to get me to say that this is morally wrong, because it's not morally wrong. There is no morals about it.
But it is
you're
inconsistent.
uncomfortable with it, though.
But it is
because
inconsistent. Hold on. But it is inconsistent with fair principles of democracy, isn't it?
I mean, okay, do you want to just throw out the Democrats and Republicans? I'd be on board with it.
No. I'm not taking a side. I think Democrats and Republicans are equally guilty, and when they do it, they're doing something bad. But I'm acknowledging that it's bad. You're resisting that for some reason. I don't understand.
Because you're looking at it, you're trying to get to a moral lens, and I think it's...
I am.
And I'm not... I don't see the morality in it. I just see it as we do zoning for houses. That's basically redistricting and determining where you can live, or what house you can have, or which commercial space is going to do.
Well, that can also be wrong. But okay, I guess I'm trying to appeal to your conception of what fairness demands in a social context, in a political context, right?
I mean, it's 50-50. Like, again, people, like, show me the intrinsic harm that has occurred outside of the Democrats losing a couple of seats this time around. When they've done it and gained seats in the past. So show me the intrinsic harm. Show me where the decimation is.
There's been entire voting blocks that have been effectively disenfranchised because districts have been drawn in such a way to undermine or minimize their impact on political outcomes in the context of election. It has a bunch of implications for the attentiveness of issues that are germane or important to those voting blocks. This is especially bad when you consider the history of the South and various different tactics that they've done to disenfranchise Black voters in particular. Right, like a lot of these things are continuing.
I get the point, and I get the history, and I'm not discounting.
But that's harmful, though. I think.
I agree that was done in harmful practices, but in today's age, 2025.
No, I'm saying I'm saying it's a continuation. So I'm saying in some of the same jurisdictions, like Georgia. Let's go with Georgia. Georgia is a particular place where a lot of these racist practices were done, particularly prior to the Jim Crow South. And then a lot of similar tactics are being done to dilute the Black vote in places like Georgia, like even currently.
I'm not discounting the history. Like I know the practices that went on. That was practiced by fucking Democrats. They pulled taxes, etc. We could go down the laundry list of that shit. But I mean, today in 2025, you're saying, well, it's going to disproportionately affect this group of voters that routinely vote one certain way and one party has control over that area for 25 years, and now all of a sudden it may dilute that.
It dilutes the power of that voting block is the thing I'm trying to do, even to this day. And that's a problem.
Your voting block is based on only a certain ideology of a collection of people that are huddled in.
No. What I was about to say is, a lot of times when it comes to like the Black vote, a lot of times the reason why Black people vote overwhelmingly in one direction is because they share a lot of concerns for their communities and a lot of political orientation towards solving them. And so that's why they vote overwhelmingly for certain kinds of constituents that have certain kinds of policies. And so like diluting that voting block in these jurisdictions is harmful because what they're trying to do is that they're trying to leverage their vote just like anybody else as a constituency to vote people into office that they think are going to be best suited to address their issues. And if their votes get diluted in these conniving ways, then their ability to effectuate that is therefore undermined. And what that means ultimately is a lot of their issues do not get addressed adequately.
Okay, so then take the inverse. How about the minority group that exists within that same populations whose voting concerns can never be recognized or ever be leveraged because they never have a fair opportunity to voice their concerns or vote in a certain way because a larger demographic that is pandered to, and I'm not saying just black people, I can say white, Asian, fucking whatever, Martians if you want to, but you can have a pandering done, and that smaller minority, which we have seen in overwhelmingly, like let's take Georgia, let's take MGT, the fucking idiot of the South. Let's take that twat waffle, and in her district, if that was to be broken up, and she would not be able to leverage the majority, which would overwhelmingly be people who align with her, and she had to contend or contest with a minority or a broader minority of different ideological thought, then all of a sudden, it's now you have to work at it. So you can have your cake both ways on this one, I think.
I mean, you seem to be describing what I was describing happens to black people, but I guess you're applying it to a different block, and that's fine. Like I imagine that probably happens in various places of the country where it's not just Asian voters, it's not just a black voter. Yeah. So for
Asian voters in California and Washington, you know,
I acknowledge that happens, but my point is, if it were to happen in the same deliberate way that I'm describing when it comes to the black electorate in places like Georgia, then I would object to it for the same reason. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that you should be able to arbitrarily draw lines in power grabby ways that dilute or undermine the vote of entire minority groups of people, no matter what the groups are, right? Like I'm against it in principle, and I'm applying it to some examples that implicate black voters because those are the ones that I'm the most familiar with. But yeah, if it implicated Asian voters, if it implicated Hispanic voters, if it implicated, poor white voters in fucking Appalachia or some shit, cool. I would object to it for the same reason. That's all. I'm simply saying it's easy for me to say this practice is wrong, it's untoward, it's unsavory, it's immoral, it's unjust.
You can say it's unsavory. I call it politics. I mean, you're trying to put a morality on something that is neither moral or immoral. It is political.
But if it implicates fairness, how can it not implicate morality, right? Like, if it's unfair...
Okay, tell me about what in politics is absolutely fair. Please.
Absolutely fair.
But you're asking for fairness in politics. It does not exist.
I am. I am asking for that because it's within our... Hold on. Because it's within our locus of control and a policy.
No, it's not.
It literally is. We do not have to gerrymander. We do not have to allow it. It is within the locus of control and policy level.
Give me your alternative to gerrymandering or redistricting. Give me your alternative.
There's several alternatives. So you can have an independent redistricting commission, like a lot of states have, that is more accountable to the voters and whose job it is, functionally, to draw district maps that make sense, that are not designed to give either or party an advantage, but are designed to, in some sensible way, make sure that politicians who are voted in office are reasonably accountable to their constituencies. Like, that's a solution.
Okay. So that solution is already in place, and that
several
has
jurisdictions, not every jurisdiction.
No, but it's around there. There's some form of representation of that in all 50 states. However,
no, Texas does not have.
Yes, there is.
Texas does not have an IRC, bro.
No, but they use some other implementation.
No, the state legislature draws the lines. That's what
I know, and they get that off of advisements. So, like, you have all the this redistricting map groups in the 50 states are just advisements, and they get in there, and depending on their leanings, they're going to be one way or the other. That's why they arguments. But then, what is the mechanism in place to prevent what New York, Carolina, Pennsylvania, and California California did? Particularly New York, where it ignored.
You can have. I mean, that's actually a fair question. I actually would willing to answer that. You can have something equivalent to like a certain threshold that needs to be met for a veto by the legislature. So, for example, rather than the legislature being able to willy-nilly wipe their ass with recommendations from their IRCs, like in California and New York, what you can do is have a certain critical mass of the legislature needs to be reached in order to be able to veto what the recommendation was. And you can make it, I don't know, fucking 70% or whatever. So you can make it high enough where it's not easy to accomplish.
So 85% of the Democrats in the New York, when that happened, redrew the lines and ignored it, and they absolutely just shot it. And Governor Kathy Hochul just basically said, "Oh no, I disagree with them as well," and just bypassed it altogether. So,
you can fine. You can make instead of like
if you're going to make a, so hold on, if you're going to make a mechanism,
I'm going to. You can make it instead of like a threshold, because it actually some of these legislatures are that skewed, and I didn't take that into account. So maybe then you can put it to a vote then. So then there has to be a certain threshold of voters who approve of the veto.
So then you want a populist decision.
Yeah, that might be a bet, but only when the legislature makes a move or a motion to veto the.
Now, wouldn't that skew it based on, so like, let's take I'll stay with New York. Wouldn't New York City have the largest proportion and power of that vote versus the rest of the fucking state? Because that would be the issue there.
I mean, yeah, but that's fine because the whole state is voting on it. So it's a state initiative. So basically, you make them accountable to the voters by building in that, look, if the IRC, whose job it is to draw fair lines, is going to be overturned in some way by the legislature, you got to get the approval of the voters. And if you don't get the approval of the voters, then they can't veto it. They can't just be like, nah, we're good.
So again, your solutions don't take into account the power grab that would actually exist and the power grab that would be replacing, but it would definitely be a power grab. You would give far more power to places like Los Angeles than, I don't know.
That's fine. I accept that. You're right. You would, but because the rest of the state has a say, right? Like, I think that the benefits outweigh whatever negatives you can identify with the outsized power of the most concentrated areas of a state.
No, because even here, I'm only picking on New York because I was actually born, bred, and buttered there. But when you look at it, the decisions that Albany makes for the rest of the state are solely based on the principality of New York City. Like, they overwhelmingly have so much say in terms of what goes on in the rest of the state, and everything is allocated towards what is best for New York City.
I'm accepting that as a reality.
And if you're going to have a group or a body that says, hey, we're going to put it to the people, and then you have a group saying, hey, we need to redistrict here so we can keep our power here because you guys love blue or you love red, you wouldn't want that going on in Texas. Like, you would have Democrats freaking screaming to the rafters.
I'm trying to do two things. I'm trying to still disagree with you, but I'm also trying to acknowledge the truth of what you're saying. This is actually generally true in the status quo. There's a disproportional outsized power to the most concentrated places in a state. So the most, the major cities, the Los Angeles, the New York cities, etc. That's a reality that exists. And you're not wrong to point out that there would be a favoring of some sense to these areas. But my statewide initiative is still, I think, justifiable because the purpose of it is not to render any kind of electoral advantages moot. It's to give accountability for decisions about redistricting back to the people. So the people get to have, if the legislature wants to override what the IRC did, they got to get the approval of the people. They can't just do it for partisan reasons.
But they would be able to.
It's a check and a balance that's not meant to satisfy everything. It's meant to satisfy something very specific.
Okay, so again, it would be a power grab. It would actually skew, let's stay with New York. New York City, mainly blue. The rest of the state would actually vote in a kind of red. You would actually be surprised at how many areas are actually red, and by significant amounts.
I know.
And then those voices would have absolutely no say in anything that went on
they would have say. It would be skewed towards the populace.
Then what is wrong with redistricting then? Because you're basically having the same issue that you're complaining about.
Because the inequality of say is maximized with the arbitrary redistricting in a way that the disproportionality of say just by population concentration that's accomplishable in a state would be harm reduction.
So
it's not as skewed as it would be if we allowed the power grabby gerrymandering, is my point.
I think you're you're not truthful in that. I mean, like, we could sit there and say, what, Dallas? All right, I'll pick on Dallas, Texas. Dallas, Texas, you know, or let me get a better state. Fucking Mississippi, Jackson, Mississippi, or whatever it is.
Brett, how so? How so?
The overwhelming power, it would not, in that concentrated area, would have far more implications, even though the demographics of minorities exist far outside that and in a multitude of areas within regards to that state. And that power center, which it seems to be the hub, the business hub, the major employment hub, that would actually end up being the power center, and they would be able to determine it, which would still cause your inequalities that would exist in other districts around the state.
The goal of the policy proposal isn't to eliminate, I guess, all inequalities between votes, because I don't even know that that's possible. I don't think that's accomplishable, right?
But you held me to the fairness standard. You said you wanted fairness.
I know, but what? I know,
so you can't do that.
There's a difference in. Hold on, dude. There is a difference in the impacts that you're not taking into account, right? So, like, the ability for a state to arbitrarily gerrymander in such a way as to pick up 5 congressional seats in favor of a particular party, right? And the minority party just has to eat that, right? That kind of discrepancy in congressional representation is not really replicable with the policy that I just articulated, which is, if you're going to have an IRC whose job it is to draw district lines in a fair way that don't benefit one party or the other, you can even make your IRC mandatorily bipartisan if you wanted to ensure balance, right? And then the ability of the state legislatures, which are skewed in various different states to one direction or the other, to just wipe their ass with that fair recommendation, we want to block that, because otherwise we're not really doing much to stop what's already happening in the status quo. So one way to block that is give it to the voters to decide on. If you can convince enough voters in a state to go along with the overturning of the recommendation from the IRC, then at the very least what we know is that the voters in that state jurisdiction are cool with it overwhelmingly, right? But, like, if you can't do that, then you got to go with what the IRC recommended. I think that that's a fair balance.
Okay.
And what I argue what that would do is it would minimize the likelihood that you'll have these redistricting as egregious as we have it in places like Texas right now.
Okay, so I'm going to present 2 challenges.
All unfairness in voting. The goal is to reduce harm by minimizing the likelihood of these kinds of naked power grabs. That's the goal.
Okay, so I'm going to say 2 things wrong with this theory right now. One, how do you appoint the IRC? How is it done? Is it picked by a governor? Is it picked by a panel? Are they elected to the position? Are we creating another federal entity? Are we looking to another government source and more tax dollars to be used? That's my first. My second part is the inverse could be true. So you talked about, like, minority communities, which I will say most will say, just for the sake of, like, Georgia, are around the urban areas. Now, as we saw in the past election with Stacey Abrams and whatever the dipshit governor is down there, the inverse can be true. The rest of the state could actually side with RIC that specifically targets, and it does split the minority area and creates a less dynamic vocal or voting representation in terms of elections and in terms of their power. And the rest of the state can sit there and basically do exactly what you're concerned about. So I don't know if your idea is a better one. I think it would cause the same problems that you're actually trying to address.
I mean, yeah, but again, if I thought I acknowledged the second part, I'll do them in reverse. Like, it is possible on the policy I propose that the state could vote in a way where they overturn it and they vote for the naked power grab. But my point is, at the very least, that means that the constituents of that state were cool with it because they voted for it. And so they're accountable to the people. Right? My guess is a lot of people would object to it because they would be from jurisdictions that would be shortchanged. So I it's interesting to what extent that it's likely that the majority would go along with some of these because they're really egregious. But at some sense, that because it would have to go to a vote, then it would behoove whatever maps are being drawn by the state legislature to be attentive to the acceptableness or lack thereof of the general state population. So that's why that's a check and a balance on that. It's not foolproof, but it is useful though, because then it maximizes accountability to the people. The first thing is, how would you do it? I mean, there's a lot of different ways you do it. One is you can build it so that you have a certain amount of Democrats and a certain specified amount of Republicans on the IRC. What?
Or does California do it that way too?
I don't know. I literally am just making this up as I go along because it seems sensible to me. I don't know how a lot of these IRCs work. I can look into it. But what you could do is you can construct an IRC. You have a certain amount of vacant spots, and a certain subset of them are reserved for Republicans, and a certain subset are reserved for Democrats. You can make it so it's uneven for tiebreaker purposes. So maybe you have 15 spots, and you can say whoever's in the majority, that they can have the majority, so the 8 and versus the 7, or you can just make them even, and you can have some kind of tie-breaking protocol that goes beyond them. Maybe the governor has to weigh in or something. I don't know, but like you could structure it that way to maximize balance between parties and to ensure fairness between parties.
So in Texas, they do senatorial redistricting commissions that travel the state. I participated in a hearing last time this happened, and I'll participate in one this time. However, a former state rep told me, and he was in the know, that in Texas, the folks that decide what the map looks like are the lieutenant governor, and speaker of the House. So they take the redistricting committee into effect or into account, however much 3 people are going to take that kind of crap into account, which I think they don't take it into account, or at least I don't have anything that would comfortably let me know they took the public's view into account, and 3 of them chop it up. Like, Rick was a little upset with me today because I was kind of lackadaisical about it, and I'm lackadaisical about it because I can speak to the Senate Redistricting Commission and definitely will make my voice heard, but at the end of the day, it's the speaker, governor, and the lieutenant governor. And there ain't shit I can do about it. There's like shit all Marshall Ray can do to make that redistricting situation more fair.
I'm looking up a bunch of different. So there's a bunch of different ways that these commissions are done. Sometimes they do random selections, which is interesting. Sometimes they involve legislators to have some kind of role in the selection process. Sometimes they do an application and review process. Qualifications and restrictions process, bipartisan or non-bipartisan balance. So many commissions are structured to include a balance of Democrats, Republicans, and often members not affiliated with either party. Yeah, the structure aims to promote consensus and prevent partisan gridlock. Yeah, so I think I would favor just a bipartisan balance structure where you have a certain designated amount for Democrats, designated amount of Republicans, and maybe some people who are neither, or even maybe some representatives of other parties if you really wanted to get froggy. But the goal would be to have a balance between the commission and make it bipartisan in a true sense, rather than just in name only, so that you don't get outsized influence from either direction, because that's what you're trying to counteract from the state legislature. The state legislature is out of balance. So in order to create balance, you create an independent entity, a commission, that has a balance of power. And then in order to override the thing that they create with the balance of power, you need to go through the people or have some kind of check so that you're not just literally rendering moot the very purpose for the existence of the IRC. So that's why I recommended something like put it to a state vote. That's not the only way to do it. You could maybe have some other protocol that is meant to minimize the likelihood that fair redistricting boundaries are going to be overwritten for partisan purposes. But the goal is to have something like that, some kind of check and balance. I gave one, maybe I can come up with another if I thought really hard. I don't find that the one I came up with is that problematic. I recognize that there would be outsized voting power in the parts of the state that are the most concentrated, but that is not commensurate with the level of imbalance that we're trying to prevent. So my counter is, yeah, I accept that a little bit of imbalance, but it doesn't match the level of imbalance we're trying to prevent. Therefore, I think it's acceptable. And one of the reasons why I think it's acceptable, the biggest reason is there's no way to eliminate all imbalance in electoral processes. Like there's just the nature of populations. Like there's going to be
if
some
that's the
imbalance.
case, why
But
not?
you can minimize the level of imbalance and the impact that it has ultimately on outcomes. And I think that the things I propose accomplish that within reason.
Don't want to change the system at all. Thank you.
Because it minimizes the goddamn imbalance. I just said that. What are you talking about?
That you can create new imbalances. Like you're
But I don't care if the new imbalances are less than the first imbalances. Then I still accomplished something. That's the point. Like you can't minimize. You can't get rid of every. Do you think that you can just eliminate all imbalances in government? Like, is that what you think?
No, I'm not the one that put that question forward. You asked.
Okay, well then can you at least acknowledge what I'm saying?
You wanted to.
Hold on, Brad. I don't want you to strong man what I'm saying. Okay, wait, but just understand what I'm saying. Like, the goal is not to eliminate all imbalances. The goal is to minimize the imbalances, the egregiousness and the harms that come from them. And I think that I articulated a policy that reasonably will accomplish that. You really haven't said anything substantive about why that's not the case. You just keep saying it's not the case. Or you keep insisting that because there's some imbalance that is preserved, it somehow renders the actions I'm recommending moot. But like if the imbalance is minimized and the harm of them is reduced, why is that not an accomplishment?
All you're doing is shifting the imbalances to you don't even have an outcome ratio. You just think you may do it for a particular sector, but you're actually going to shift the imbalances to a larger population, as I stated before. You don't contend with that. You acknowledge it. But see, that's what you do when I speak. You say stop.
I'm trying to understand what you're saying.
But you want me to go on the morality.
Because it doesn't make sense, Brad. You're just saying things.
No, what you say doesn't make sense.
I'm literally about to ask a clarifying question, Brad. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. Like, how is it not obvious that there is a reduction in the harm associatable with the naked power grabs of the sort that Texas is engaged in right now?
First, you have to show me what harm in 2025 is at
I just told you that disenfranchising.
Show me the actual harm.
Disenfranchising black voters is obviously harmful. I don't know why you're acting like that's not harmful. You just admitted it was.
I never said anything was harmful. I said there was no morality. I said there was no.
Wait, Brett. Is disenfranchising black voters in places like Georgia harmful?
Yes, that would be. How does this disenfranchise them?
If you dilute the votes of
Texas, Muse. I asked you to show me.
No, I said like Georgia, Texas counts. There's black people in Texas. Like
if
you dilute the vote, if you dilute the vote, the black vote in Texas, is that not harmful?
If you dilute it,
yes.
Okay. Maybe not. You haven't showed me that.
What the fuck?
Because you're thinking that all black people vote on the similar thing, and I'm saying there are people. Yes, you do.
I
so you're saying it's diluted the black vote. Do all black people vote the same? So if it's an ideological spectrum, and you're saying that the Democrats are losing black people in these areas, but then there's a contingent that is ideologically separated from the Democrat plantation, so to speak, as they call it.
The ideology is not relevant.
Oh, yes, it is, because those voices haven't been heard in those strongly controlled blue areas.
Do you understand what that
Jesus Christ. You're only going down one area, and you're not actually
I'm just trying to ask you a question. Do you understand the means that are taken to dilute the black vote in the first place? Do you understand what that means?
I understand the historical precedents. Do you think that that's
I'm not talking about historically. I'm just talking about what do they do to dilute the black vote contemporarily. Do you know what they do?
First, who is they, and what are they doing to dilute
the people who draw the lines, like the Republican legislature in Texas, for example? Do you know what they do to dilute the black vote?
Sure, I'm pretty sure.
They tend to add on rural counties in Texas.
Yeah. But those populations, rural counties.
And how does that dilute the black?
Hold on. Those rural county populations are actually significantly smaller in scope than the urban populations that are added. So
But how did they dilute the black vote by doing this, Brad? Can you explain it?
Hold on, I gotta put this fucking seatbelt on.
Take time.
I got this.
Thanks, Marshall.
If you take Senate District,
Brad, you admitted yourself that, like, with
hold
on, Marshall. Brad, you admitted yourself that with California, New York, etc., you're talking about how these city centers, San Francisco, LA, New York City, has so much control. Under Muse's example, how then is giving more power to the rural areas to voice their opinion, such as, like we say, most of California is actually red, but then you got San Francisco and LA. So how is giving those areas more power in this way of balancing things going to be less helpful in mitigating the harm?
Okay, because in your scenario, where do the people that are in the red areas?
You said that earlier.
When the red areas in California actually have power in California, then I would be able to answer that. But they don't have power. They haven't had power since Reagan. Like
Brad, I'm trying to. I do want you to finish, but I'm trying to stick on something very specific that is being missed here in terms of the mechanics of how this is pulled off and what the implications are. So far, Brad, you haven't used some key terms I'm looking for in terms of like what the norms are.
kind of morality. You keep asking this question. So first off, I don't think it's moral. I don't care if it's moral.
Okay, I'm not talking about that. That's not the question I'm talking about.
And it's not fair.
But
you want a concentration.
Brad, just calm down 1 second, please.
Say that they can vote in a certain way, but you don't want to give voices to the minority.
Just walk with me. I get that you disagree vehemently. I get that. I'm trying to get you. I'm trying to actually gauge whether you're even aware of it, because I'm not sure that you are. You might be. But what is the mechanism that is used in the context of gerrymandering that results effectively in diluting the black vote? What do they do that results in that consequence? Can you describe it? Can you name it?
I don't know what you're trying to get to. I don't know what you're looking.
Okay, so then I'll just name it then. Have you ever heard of the phrases cracking or packing? Do you know what those mean in this context?
Cracking and packing. I think I've heard of it, but I never paid much attention to it.
Okay, can I define it?
Go ahead.
Okay, so cracking involves splitting a concentrated black community across multiple districts, dispersing their voting strength, and making it harder for them to elect the candidate of their choice. Is that clear?
Yes. Okay. And I'm not discounting that hasn't happened. Again, regularly through.
Wait, hold on, but just walk with me. You're right. You didn't say it didn't happen. I'm not accusing you of that. I'm just trying to be clear about what the mechanism is. Now, packing involves concentrating a large number of black voters into a single or a few districts, giving them an overwhelming majority in those districts, but reducing their influence in the surrounding districts. This creates safe seats for black voters in those packed districts, but reduces their overall representation across the state. Do you understand what packing is?
Yes, Jason, I do. Please don't preach to me like I'm
not trying to be condescending. I'm genuinely asking if you understood it. I swear I'm not trying to be condescending. The reason why those matter is because those are the specific mechanisms that are used to undermine the power and potency of the black electorate in these jurisdictions, okay? And the reason why that's harmful, I think, is obvious, but if you need me to make it explicit, is because what you are effectively doing is deliberately drawing districts in such a way as to reduce the power and effectiveness of particular electorates. That's not fair. That's wrong. I think that's obviously wrong.
Okay, so again, the outrage now
also might be illegal.
It is.
But that's not proven that's actually what they're doing.
It's racial gerrymandering. It's illegal, but you have to be able to prove it. There's a burden there. But go ahead, Brad. I want to hear from you. But
so again,
okay, hold on. I want to engage with Brad in good faith. Brad, again, I'm not trying to be a dick. I want to know.
We can go back and forth. You can be a dick to me, and I'll forget about it tomorrow. But the whole idea that somehow that the new version that you stated would address or figure out a way to actually keep a population or a demographic of people concentrated enough to have that same representation level that you're looking at, I don't see. Even in the maps in Texas, the rural counties that were added don't even equate. I'd have to look again at the population search, but they don't even equate to the number that they're now joining. They don't have an equal vote. Those rural counties.
That's not what's wrong with it. That's not even what I'm.
But again, what I'm saying is, it actually may backfire on the Republicans' wishes.
You're right about that. I agree with that.
Then thank you. So it's not.
Okay, wait. But that doesn't undermine. Hold on. But
they're not doing it
to break the black vote. Wait a minute. I'm not. This is not a statement of their intention. Although that is being called into question by a lot of people on the left. I'm talking about merely impacts. Okay. They're redrawing districts in Texas that will net them 5 congressional seats. That's not really debated. Nobody on the right or the left debates this, okay? That's what they're doing. That's what their proposed map would effectively do if it went into effect tomorrow, okay? And in the process, right, they've engaged, arguably, in cracking and packing to a certain degree with respect to jurisdictions in the state of Texas that are majority black. Now, it could backfire in a lot of different ways. You're right about that, right? But the goal is to net them congressional seats, which gives them a not trivial advantage in maintaining the House, which is ostensibly up for grabs in the midterms, okay? Like, that's the motivation here. And my point is, you wanted me to establish what was wrong with gerrymandering as a practice writ large, not simply with gerrymandering in Texas. And I tried to answer that and address that broadly, but it does have applications for what's happening in Texas. In general, gerrymandering is a bad thing because what it does effectively is it concentrates power in arbitrary ways that are designed and devised to maximize representation for a particular political party, and it has a bunch of deleterious effects for certain electorates.
Okay, so now will you recognize that maybe these exact same districts that you're upset about could have been packed? They could have been concentrated to ensure that a certain political party retains that power, and that the fact that diversification amongst that may actually prove to be a more beneficial process than what is currently being argued in the press right now.
Yes, I acknowledge the possibility of that. That's not typically what happens, though. I mean, we live in a real world where we have these actual outcomes that we can literally read about or we can describe, to be fair. So I acknowledge the possibility. And actually, I acknowledge that in the real world, it probably has happened that way from time to time in various different jurisdictions. That said, it doesn't typically happen that way. In fact, and I brought this up earlier, when Republicans gerrymander, one of the outcomes that's more likely for Republican gerrymandering than Democratic gerrymandering is precisely the undermining of the electorate of minority voters. That happens way more often when they do it. And that's bad. That's not fair.
Okay.
There's an issue of fairness here I'm just trying to get you to acknowledge.
I'm discounting the fairness in past principles. What I'm saying is, though, can
I just interject one question? How can you discount the fairness?
Okay, is it necessarily fair to pack one district with one demographic of voting bloc going to just solely retain that power because of...
I don't think that's fair. No, I don't think that's fair.
Okay, so then we're at a crossroads. No, I don't think it's fair.
Well, then we agree.
But I mean, it doesn't matter.
Wait a minute, Brad, I'm confused. We are agreeing that it is not fair, correct?
Packing and cracking to do it solely based on racial lens is absolutely not fair. I think it's fucking disgusting to actually have that happen.
What if the intention was merely to pick up congressional seats, but inadvertently you dilute the black vote in the process? Isn't it still unfair, even if it wasn't the intention?
How is it diluting the black vote necessarily?
Well, I just described. So if you're cracking, for example, okay.
That again, this is a hypothetical because it's not even.
Well, it's not a hypothetical, actually. But I'm talking about it
in today's stance. Like what's going on in Texas right now, they're not.
Yes,
cracking.
Bro. Do you really want me to? Yes, they've done cracking and packing in Texas, yes. But I was just trying to talk about in general, right? Like, cracking involves splitting the concentrated black community across multiple districts, right? So what you're doing is you're dispersing their voting strength, and it effectively weakens it. It's not as strong because it's now dispersed over several different districts in a way that it wasn't before. Okay? So that's one way that you can undermine the black vote. Another way is you can pack them. What you're doing is you're concentrating black voters into a district, and while it makes their vote stronger in that district, it's where you're pulling them away from where their vote and their impact is minimized. So there's two different methods for undermining the strength of the black vote. Is that clear? And I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm genuinely asking.
Yes, it's clear, Jason. I understand the whole point.
So if you did that inadvertently, let's say the people in Texas weren't trying to be racist or anything like that. That wasn't their intention. Their intention is genuinely to net 5 congressional seats so that they can win in the midterms. Let's say that's their stated aim, okay? And inadvertently, they end up cracking and packing in a way that dilutes the black vote. Let's just go with that for a second, okay? Stipulating that. Wouldn't it still be unfair, even though it was unintended?
If it was unintended,
wouldn't it be unfair?
In a political spectrum, no.
Okay.
In a moral, like, humanistic approach, yes, I would give you that.
I don't know what that means.
Politics,
what is the difference?
But like, right now, would I say that it's fair? No, I would say that, you know, because you're going it based off of demographics, and I'm more looking at it through ideological lenses. Like,
I'm looking. You're right that demographics is involved, but I'm looking at impacts. I want to be very clear. I'm looking at impacts. I'm saying if that impact is inadvertent, isn't it still unfair?
I don't know if I can get on board with that. I don't know if I can get on your fairness principle there. I'm looking at the diversification of the people that are being allowed to vote. If you have an overwhelming population that votes significantly for one party over and over again, and all of the other voices, the minority group that's in there.
Let me take a step back, Brad, because I'm trying to establish a principle here, and I'm going to try to apply it to a totally different domain that has nothing to do with gerrymandering, just to see where you're. Okay, so please don't get mad at me because I'm kind of changing the subject. I'm announcing that I'm doing that. I'm not trying to do anything tricky. Really, what I'm trying to do is establish the principle. So let's say I have a policy, okay, by which I can. Let's say I use eminent domain to gain access to a bunch of properties, and then I build a freeway where those houses or wherever those properties would have been. Okay, and my intention is to minimize traffic in that community by creating a highway that makes travel faster for people. Okay, and inadvertently, what I end up doing is I end up subjecting a whole bunch of people to extra noise and extra pollution that makes their life suck in a lot of different ways. Okay, that was an unintended consequence of my well-intended policy. Okay, wouldn't you agree that the negative externalities that I just described would be unfair to those people, insofar as they have to now endure it as a result of my policy, even though I didn't intend it? Is that fair to them, that they have to endure that their lives are more miserable in certain ways?
It's not as clean cut as that. So if they have massive congestion, if they have massive problems in terms of commuting and being able to reach destinations, they don't have public transit, and all of a sudden that opens up under the highway system that actually allows for the expansive abilities for people to travel to get to work sites, to get to grocery stores, et cetera, down the list. You're asking on something that I don't know if it would be unfair or fair. Well, I don't agree with him.
They didn't get a say. I used eminent domain, which didn't consult in any way their choices.
But
and I implemented the building of the highway with a bunch of benevolent intentions. And there's a lot of negative impacts that my well-meaning policy or construction project had on them that they didn't get to vote on at all. And now they have to, as a direct result of my policies, they have to endure a bunch of things that they otherwise would not have to endure. Okay? You mean to tell me that doesn't implicate notions of fairness to you?
Again, like you're wanting me to put in this moral stance of like what is fair and agree with you all the time, and I'm not.
You don't have to agree with me. I'm simply asking you. Does the concept of fairness apply in that situation? And if not,
I don't think it's fair. I don't.
Wait. You don't think it's fair? You don't think
No, I don't think you have a fairness principle to apply here. I don't think it's fair or unfair one way or the other. I think there are pros and cons to it.
You as a conservative don't think it implicates.
First off, you asked me to answer under your hypothetical. If you asked
I know. But I'm just
okay.
I'm referring to your
if you wanted my overall thoughts.
Hold on.
I think
I'm referring to your political.
Is a shitty.
I'm just referring to you. I don't think calling you conservative is an insult, right? You are. I thought you embraced that, and the only reason
but you asked me under the paradigm in the.
Okay, fair enough. What I'm saying is, I'm actually finding it surprising that you, as a conservative, don't think it implicates notion of fairness for the government to unilaterally make decisions that negatively impact citizens. That's weird to me. I actually am shocked.
Stop there. You asked me, was it fair to the people in that area because the highway system was put in?
Yes.
If you ask me if it's fair that the government uses eminent domain to seize property and take it to do whatever they want to, no, I don't think it's fair. I don't think the government should be allowed to use eminent domain.
I hear you. I hear you about the eminent domain thing, and that's actually a consistent principle that a lot of libertarian types and conservative types view. But I feel like you're missing the point. The eminent domain, I feel like, is distracting you from the ultimate point. The government made unilateral decisions with the best of intentions that negatively impacted the constituents in a certain area. Okay, and I'm genuinely surprised that you can hear a case like that and go, well, fairness has nothing to do with it. It's like, what? Like the whole "don't tread on me" principle, the whole small government principle, like all of that is about the government overreaching and doing fuck shit that negatively impacts people, and like not wanting the government to do that. So if
you're asking me on that principle, yes, I think it's fucking wrong. I think it's unfair of the people to have the federal government determine, and to the extent that it does today, have any impact on their lives.
So then let's go with that.
But I feel like
once you admit that, I feel like you can understand my point better. You can still disagree with it. Okay, what I believe is happening is that when the state government of Texas makes unilateral decisions to draw districts in such a way as to dilute the black vote in various jurisdictions in Texas, even if it's inadvertent, is wrong because of the same reasons you just admitted that the government doing that broadly is wrong. Is that fair?
Fine. Just this argument, I don't really care at this point. But I mean, like the idea of fairness in terms of diluting the black vote, I don't think that is their overall. There hasn't been any evidence suggested of that, except for the idiots like Aram that want to scream over and over.
Wait, hold on. I actually just conceded that. Although it is controversial, I did concede. It is plausible that the lawmakers in Texas were not intending to undermine the black vote in any way. I think that's again controversial claim, but it's plausible, it's possible, and I will remain neutral on what their intentions were. My point is, even if it was unintentional, it's still unfair to that electorate in Texas.
Not necessarily.
Okay, what does that mean?
So, all right, so let's take the black vote. Not all black voters are despite what their wishes.
No, you're right. They're not a monolith. You're right.
And they have gone
but most of them are, though. Most of them are.
Okay, hold on. So that minority ideological voice that says I'm opposed to whatever policy that, whatever, for instance, in Texas, whatever they have in opposition, their voices are fucking swallowed up and ignored, and their concerns are never addressed, and they are never afforded the opportunity to have that thing. No matter how many times they will never win.
But you're right.
So that would be
those conditions. The conditions you just described, Brad, are worse than when you dilute their power, their voting power. That's everything you said is true, but it gets worse when you dilute their power, right? So you're acknowledging the harm But you're not making the conclusion I think that would follow from that, which is that's the reason why gerrymandering is bad.
I think it's null, and I don't bad or good. You asked me earlier to put a moral. Is it moral or immoral?
Okay,
and I said it's neither.
Is unfair or unjust a better? Okay, fine. Is unfair or unjust a better term? Like I get your aversion to the moral language. That's fine. I'm trying to accommodate you somewhat, but like there's something untoward about it intuitively, though, dude. Like unfair or unjust, are those better terms? Could you go along with those?
If they were targeting specifically to target black people, I would say it.
No. Even if it's unintended, it's still unjust, though, isn't it? Isn't it?
You might make it unfair, but not unjust.
Yeah, I'm having a trouble with that. Like,
okay, either one. Is it either one to you? Is it unfair or unjust?
To separate that voting demographic,
to inadvertently dilute the voting power of a certain vote.
How are they losing their
specifically?
Voting power?
But it doesn't matter what the voting block is.
But again, how are they losing their voting power? Are the rights being stripped away? Is there
yes,
vote?
Technically, insofar as voting power implicates rights,
they still have the ability to vote. They still have the ability
to vote. You're right about that. But when you're cracking, for example, you're disposing their voting strength across.
And we both agree those practices are shit, and they
okay. And when you're packing, you're concentrating their power in certain districts and then diluting them in others, the ones that they're coming from. Correct?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
When you're packing, you're concentrating an electorate, let's say black voters, for example, into certain districts, and then you're taking them effectively out of other districts, which means those districts that they're being removed from, in order to pack them into one district, they lose voting power in those districts. Is that fair?
Yes, I'll acquiesce to that. I'll agree.
Okay, so this packing and cracking specifically have an undermining effect on the power of certain electorates. In this case, for example, we're using the black vote. Okay, like that's not fair for those people, is it?
If they're doing it for the purpose of cracking and packing, yes, I agree.
No. Even if they crack and pack unintentionally, which is kind of a stretch, but if they did it unintentionally, it still would be unjust, wouldn't it? You can have unintentional impacts that are still unjust, right? Like you acknowledge that concept, right?
Yes, I acknowledge it. I'll agree to this. So yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So all I'm trying to establish is the harm, right? Because that's what you wanted me to establish. So my proposed policy solution was meant to address that harm, which you asked me to establish. If you're willing to go with me that far and say, okay, I've established the harm, what I propose is you can do something like an IRC, which is already done in a lot of different jurisdictions, including and especially the great blue state of California, although it has problems. And you can construct it in such a way that it has a balance between the two parties, because you want it to be bipartisan. And you can have some kind, if you want to have the same amount of people on there, you can have some kind of tie-breaking procedure, or you can have like a minority majority kind of thing, like we do in Congress, where you have a little bit less representation from the minority, depending on what the structure. Like you can do it a bunch of different ways, but the goal would be for it to be bipartisan. Their whole function would be to create fair districts that are sensible and that are not giving one or the other party any kind of like arbitrary favoring. Okay. And like you might have a situation, and this was a fair challenge, where it's like, okay, but like can't the fucking state legislature just override that shit like they do in New York and California all the time? Fair enough. You can have a procedure where it's like, okay, when the state legislature, which is clearly biased towards one party, wants to do that, you got to put it to a state vote. So then that makes them accountable to the people. If the people co-sign the overriding, then I think that it's a little bit more easier to swallow, because at least the people had a say. And I also think that effectively it will behoove the legislatures to draw lines in a way that are going to be acceptable to the people. So that's a harm reduction principle, okay? You pointed out, well, wouldn't there be an imbalance in terms of the most concentrated areas of the state having more say over the others? And to a certain extent, you're right about that. That's true. But my point is, I accept that because that's unavoidable. Like there's no way to like get rid of that unless you make people evenly dispersed across the state, which is an infringement of people's freedoms I'm not willing to go down. So like I feel like I still achieved a harmony principle by putting a set of checks and balances in place at the state level that doesn't allow state legislatures to just arbitrarily and power grabby ways override the IRCs. So that's my argument.
Yeah, but now you're negatively affecting less than 1% of the community of rural America, though at the same time. Well, you just said you don't care if people are not distributed evenly and there's no voice of the rural America.
I just didn't care. I said I'm not willing to force people to distribute evenly across states. That's a huge infringement of people's liberty. People are allowed to live where they want to live, and they're allowed to concentrate in major cities.
But he's right though. You're now just swapping. You're now making rural communities. Yeah, it's basically what you're doing.
What are you talking about?
Wait a minute. Hold on. Let me just understand this rebuttal because it doesn't make sense to me.
You were talking about a minority group that was not going to be fairly representative. The border was changed. And it's the same thing with that rural America.
Hold on. Be quiet. I'm trying to understand, Brian. Okay, so what? Like, what is the rebuttal? The goal of the policy is not to remove any and all impacts of unfairness in the electorate. The goal is to minimize the egregious bastardization of it that is accomplishable by allowing state legislatures to, in the power grabby ways as exhibited by Texas, do what Texas is doing. That's the goal. I think my policy accomplishes that goal. There's no way to eliminate the thing you're pretending I'm trying to eliminate anyway. So there's no real issue here.
Brian, the issue in Texas in redistricting and the way we have done it over my lifetime anyway, we have taken, so a good one is Senate District 8, Angela Paxton District. Angela Paxton District was just Collin County. Well, Collin County got too ethnic, as I heard at one of their county GOP functions, quote unquote, and they added Hunt and Rains County to it. They didn't add Hunt and Rains County to Collin County to make sure that it had a representative of those quote ethnic folks. It did it so that the rural folks would be pinned with the city folks, and so their interests would be split. Two of the counties would be mostly rural, would have concerns it would be mostly farming and agriculture related. Collin County would be an urban center that would have mostly city issues. Part of the problem in Texas in doing that is that it groups city and country folks together in a way where they're competing. I think if it were just me, Marshall, personally, I would draw the district as near to 50-50 as I possibly could. The issue in Texas that we're facing is that the 65 Voting Rights Act says that you have to have majority-minority districts. It's a must-have in the former Confederacy, right? So Texas is saying, okay, well, we're going to redistrict, totally legal, but we're going to try to cram these minority districts by sticking some rural folks on the end of that district to make it more Republican, thus splitting the interest of the district itself, right? And eating away at what the Voting Rights Act says we have to have constitutionally to draw the maps in the first place, right? If you have a special minority-majority district in, say, Dallas County, and what the map does is take all of that and split it in fourths, that's something that's going to be taken to court. It's going to be challenged on the Voting Rights Act level, and depending on whether a judge buys Shelby v. Holder, that the need for pre-clearance, meaning the former Confederacy had to check maps at the Justice Department, was gone. And so I'm almost done. So they don't have pre-clearance, and that'll probably get used as a reason. Now, I'm sure Aaron can do a much better job at explaining some of this
than I could, because it's ranging in other states that I don't have knowledge about.
Can I try to peel the layers back of something? And I'm asking this question. I'm not trying to be a dick. I'm not trying to be condescending. I'm genuinely curious if you guys are familiar with this concept. Brad, I'm sure you heard the concept, but if you wouldn't mind answer my question, what do you understand a voting block to be? Like, could you give a definition?
Just a basic definition, it would be just a group of people in a certain concentration or area that tend to vote in particular patterns or trends.
Okay, why do they vote in those in I guess in the same ways? What makes them do that typically?
Propaganda mostly.
Well,
I mean, false advertising.
Propaganda is going to interact with it, but typically the reason why voting blocks form, and they form along a lot of different lines, not just racial lines, is because they share common interests, is because they share common beliefs. That's going to interact with propaganda, to your point. And also because they share common demographics, not just racial demographics, but also socioeconomic demographics. Okay, is that jive with your notion of a vote?
Yeah, I know.
Okay. Here's the reason why I even brought that up. Okay, because fundamentally, when I'm talking about the black vote, I'm not just talking about voters who are black. I'm actually talking about an ethnic-based or race-based voting bloc. The reason why this is a big deal is because a lot of black voters share common interests politically, they share common beliefs, and they share common demographics, not just in terms of their ethnicity, but in terms of their culture, in terms of their socioeconomic status, in terms of their experience, okay? And this is this is like the glue that makes black people vote similarly in a lot of these jurisdictions. Is that fair?
Yeah. Okay.
So it's not, and that's consistent with the fact that black people aren't a monolith. But when you have a voting bloc, okay, to a certain extent that resists that thing you keep bringing up, because the thing that makes them a bloc is not just that they're black, is that they have common interests, beliefs, and demographics. Is that fair?
Correct. And I'm not saying that, that it's just solely based on black. I mean,
fair enough.
Okay. Like what you're espousing would actually give, it wouldn't give any protections to Asians or Hispanics in many of these areas, or in fact, black people would be at the mercy of Hispanics.
Hold on. Because those voting blocks are often diluted in the same way, right? I just use black as a case in point, but like this would apply to any voting block. My point is, if you're going to take a block defined in any way and do gerrymandering policies that dilute their voting power insofar as it favors your party to do so, that to me is, I think, demonstrably unfair. Because what you're doing is you're sacrificing the political power of certain voting blocks or certain parts of the electorate in order for you to maximize power in your party. And there doesn't really seem to be any rational justification for that. Like, that seems to me to break with principles of democracy and fairness and justice across the board. And like, I don't get why you're resisting this. I think it's obvious, but I'm not really fully understanding what the basis of your objection is.
Because again, it seems to me that you would be willing to swap targeted groups. You're not solving the problem.
What does that mean? Can you just unpack that? Because I don't know what that means.
You gotta. What you're doing is like what Brian was alluding to, and what I tried to state earlier.
Which didn't make sense, and that's why I'm asking either or both of you to unpack it.
So what you're doing is taking the people who don't live in that concentrated area, outside of it, on the periphery, the rural or suburban people who may not be in agreement with those decisions under your proposed idea, and they now no longer have a voice or any kind of representation that could actually address their needs, because you will always forever have a power dynamic that will exist. And what you will do is have politicians that will target solely that area, that concentration, and ignore the rest of the concerns of the state.
Why would that be a necessary consequence?
You're not fixing the problem.
Why would that be a necessary consequence of the IRC such as I described it? Because that doesn't follow.
Because again, if the IRC, all right, in your utopia, if the IRC had to be passed, like say 75% of the state legislation, which would have been easy in New York and California, absolutely Washington or Oregon. All these things would have been fucking easy for them to do. If they would have done that and ignored the IRC and the governor signed it in, that would be able to be done solely based on, like, say, Portland. Portland's concentration is far more significant than the surrounding rural areas, which they're already trying to address those grievances, and they won't have any representation.
But there's not more people in Portland than the rest of Oregon, so that's weird. That doesn't make sense.
Well, there's also more cities and more concentrations than just Portland. So, I mean, let's be honest there. But, I mean, if you're just focused on those areas, then you're basically swapping out one group for another demographic or another voting block. You're just basically saying, this is voting block.
You're not explaining how. You're just saying it. Like, how?
So you're saying that we want to afford protections for this minority group here. In the interim, while you're doing
I'm saying we're trying to eliminate gerrymandering.
You're not going to be. How is it eliminated without creating another demographic?
Because I just proposed a policy that puts a check and balance on.
It's not a check and balance.
It literally is. And here's how it works, if you wouldn't mind. It doesn't allow a state legislature to willy-nilly wipe their ass with a recommendation of the IRC. They got to go through the people to do that. It's not very likely that they're going to be able to go through the people, and the people are going to approve of wild gerrymandering that nets a certain amount for a certain political party over the other. And the reason why is because you got a whole bunch of people in the constituencies that are probably going to be screwed, who are now going to be able to have a say because you're putting it to a state vote. That's the check and the balance. Now, so the IRC in the first place needs to be bipartisan.
All right. So your problem is when it comes to federal money for these concentrated areas and state money that's going to be allocated for these areas. So the people that are in the highest concentrated areas, they're going to be, let's say, pandered to or told, like, hey, we're going to have this money. Just make sure you vote along this redistricting line so we can maintain these funds coming into you directly. Meanwhile, another demographic outside the state is not going to have that say or that same problem. I don't feel you're addressing the actual representation on it. You're giving a Band-Aid to a bigger wound, and you're saying this should hold for a little bit. And I don't think it's actually going to. I think you're just swapping groups. And really,
you're not explaining how. You're just saying it over and over again.
Because you're explaining that you want it for a racial minority to be more careful.
Want what for a racial minority? Want what?
The gerrymandering to take racial considerations in more than voting block.
No, that's a lie. That's not what I proposed. What I proposed was an IRC that draws districts in a fair, nonpartisan way. That's what I advocated for. This idea that I want gerrymandering for certain voting blocks, not others, is just ridiculous. I don't even know how you would accomplish that with my proposal, at least. It sounds like you guys are just misrepresenting and misunderstanding my proposal, and I can explain it better if I need to. But I'm really trying to understand. Like, hold on, I'm really trying to understand this idea that all I'm doing effectively with my proposal is, I guess, substituting or swapping the groups that are going to be screwed over, or the blocks that are going to have their votes diluted. Like, I'm really trying to understand the mechanisms. Like, how, given what my policy proposal is, does it result in that inevitably? Like, that's never been explained.
They're not understanding the check. They're not understanding the check and the balance part. Like, both sides get a vote. Like, you yourself, Brad, said that the rural areas or the red areas, whatever we're going to call them, outweighed the blue areas, and the fact that they were more vast. And I'm sure that, in most cases, equate to similar population size. The red area or the rural area is not going to go for something that the blue area or the city is voted for if it disenfranchised, not disenfranchised, if it bucks them over. And it's eloquent as used, but it's like, what are y'all missing about the balance part?
Because it's not balanced. So the red areas, like, take New York again. Red areas there do not have any kind of say when it comes to Albany on a state or a national level. Like, they just, the majority of those counties do not have any voice now. Like, they can send representatives for their district, and they get that. Now, if you were going to impose this IRC, which Jason laid out, and I understand it, it's not that complex. But if you're going to do that, and then you have a Albany legislation that overwhelmingly 90% are going to be one political party, then they don't have to worry about the IRC, because no matter what is proposed, they will most assuredly win any kind of what they truly want. Which means why? Why?
Yeah, like if in order for them as I stipulated, in order for them to overturn the recommended map of the IRC, they have to win a popular vote in the state. Why are they guaranteed to win that?
Because then you're talking about a popular vote where the mass majority of concentrated people overwhelmingly will be conducted in basically 3 cities, would be New York, Albany, and Buffalo. And those 3 cities would literally get whatever that party wanted in terms of how they wanted to redo the map.
Why?
Which was because they would win the popular vote. Those 3 areas.
So then, but what? You haven't explained why they're guaranteed to. But okay, like even
they're overwhelmingly aligned with one party.
Well, yeah, but I think I can still I think what you're implying, but you haven't said explicitly yet. Maybe this is what you meant the whole time, is that the amount of voters in a certain direction is more than the rest of the, I guess, state of like voting in the other direction. So like all of the people who would vote in a Republican direction or conservative direction are outnumbered by the amount of people that are concentrated in these cities.
This goes on currently with New York City and Long Island right now. Long Island has long said that they are not actually being represented.
Okay, fair enough. I actually think there's some truth to that. All right, cool. So then what if I just up the threshold then? It has to be a 60% majority as opposed to just a simple popular vote. Wouldn't that lessen the likelihood?
I don't know about that percentage. I think there's something better that we could do. I think scrapping.
So, for example, like there was recently they had a couple of initiatives regarding abortion, right? And there were a couple of places where surprisingly they didn't get enough because it had to reach a certain threshold in order to like change the state legislature, change the state constitution, and so they didn't get their, I guess Roe v. Wade style abortion initiative passed. There are a lot of places like that where even though the Democrats are in the majority, it's still difficult for them to accomplish that 2/3 or 60% vote threshold. So I feel like I can just adjust the thresholds to accommodate the check and balance that I was proposing. Because now I'm starting to understand your worry a little bit better. Wouldn't that be satisfactory?
Does that mean you're never going to change them then? Because they're never going to get voted up?
No, it's just that it's going to be really difficult. It's not that there never will. It's just that it'll be more difficult.
Yeah, that's the problem I see is I think you try and solve for the problem, and then you have 60, 70, 80%, whatever popular vote approval to change these. They never get changed, so you never do fix the issue, even if people move for whatever reason.
What does that have to do with my proposal? Because that was like
what's the reason of changing the voting districts? To better represent the people that are there? Well, if you set this checks and balances that...
Brian, just listen for 2 seconds. This is a threshold for the state legislature to override the recommendation of the districts from the IRC. By default, what that means is that what the IRC recommends, which is bipartisan and mostly is most likely going to be more fair, like for that to be overturned, there needs to be a certain threshold reached. The reason why you want a certain threshold is because you don't want state legislatures willy-nilly overriding the fairness that comes with the IRC's recommendation. So that's the goal. That's why this is a check and a balance.
So you're saying the IRC just does the same thing? I thought you were proposing this to verify proposal.
Yeah, so they draw up the districts based on in a bipartisan way, based on what's fair and what's simple or sensible, I should say. Whatever the criteria are, they're doing it in a bipartisan way. That typically generates more fair districts than the partisan way we have. And what I'm trying to do is block the undermining of the function of the IRC, which is to generate more fair districts, by having a threshold that is high enough and accountable to the people that needs to be met before the state legislatures, like in places like New York and California and Texas, ideally, that are heavily leaning to one party or the other, can just willy-nilly override them for partisan reasons. So I don't understand how that results in swapping one block for the other at all. Like, that's never been explained.
Okay, so is IRC independent redistricting commissions? Is that what that?
Independent redistricting commissions is what IRC stands for, yes.
Okay.
Sorry, that wasn't clear to everybody else. I said it hours ago, and I just kept going on that, assuming everybody knew what it was.
I was so confused because that doesn't exist in Texas.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't exist in Texas, but it does exist in California and in New York.
Yep.
Right. So this would be something that 50 states would have to adopt. But this is a proposal. I'm not pretending like I can wave a magic wand and make it happen. That's a separate issue. I'm saying if it went the way I described, because Brad's challenge was, well, what do you propose as a solution? So that's one of the reasons why we're even going down this road. I was like, I could propose a solution I think would work. So, and then Brad's been challenging me, along the way.
I mean, it's an idea. I don't think it would work in the facet that it would. I think it would just shift problems. But that's my held belief and my opinion, because again, this is just an idea that we're spitballing here that we've done for an hour, and I don't hold any animus or anything like that. I wouldn't do that, but it's up there with the same arguments of general apportionment, that people say we should just do it based on populations of each state and not have districts at all, that they just get equal representation in Congress or some varying form of that. I have critiques of that as well, because I don't want to see Congress that big, what some people would argue. I think that would be bloated. But I mean, I because it's null on the national level, I still don't think that this is a major concern at this point in time. Was it in the past? I agree with you. The racist, bigoted, prejudicial, and systemic harms that it did in the past in order to isolate Black, Asian, and Hispanic populations from voting, that can't be ignored. And it does have roots in that. Both parties have roots in that.
But there's some differences. It's not necessarily devised to prevent members of these groups from voting, but the impact is that it undermines or dilutes the power of these voting blocks. That's not a non-trivial difference between them, and it often gets conflated in these discussions in ways that annoy me.
But and again, I'll offer you the same inverse. The same thing with the rural counties that are now merged with this. It will dilute their power as a voting bloc, because they are not first. Like the one district that's being proposed doesn't even have fucking what is a quarter of the population.
I acknowledge that it's not just. So I use Black as an exemplar. I never have been arguing that that's the only voting bloc that matters. The principle here is that if you're doing this in a way that dilutes voting blocs for political gain, that is not fair. And that should not happen. That is what's wrong with gerrymandering. I was just trying to establish the harm and what's wrong with it.
I can see the historic
diluting rural voters for political gain, which is actually almost always what happens when Democrats gerrymander, by the way, is still wrong for the same reasons.
No, we're both in agreement with this. And if this is the purpose of fucking Hot Wheels and his and the lieutenant governor, which I don't know, and others, if this is their purpose is to actually target the Black community, I'm all on board with you. Let's impeach the fuckers. Let's get them out. Let's send them to prison for violating laws. I'm okay with that. I'm absolutely 100% fine. But if it's not, and there's no evidence that suggests that so far, at least none has been presented. There are people out there that, like you stated and acknowledged, there are people saying it's the reason, but they offer no substantial proof and no evidence. And you still have to prove this overall, which can be difficult. I'm not discounting that at all. I find it hard that right now, when we look at the overall data and we start breaking it down, Republicans got what, a 0.14% advantage over Democrats in terms of gerrymandering and redistricting, which makes it nil. And so I don't see that there's an issue in terms of like what's going on in terms of gerrymandering and redistricting. I don't see what you want, the morality of it, because quite frankly, if it's just so corrupt that it's basically balancing itself out, well then finally we've got something in this system that is actually fucking working.
It's balancing itself out at the national level. That's an important qualification. It's not balancing itself out at the state and local levels, and it's creating a bunch of deleterious effects politically for the voting blocks at those levels. So it's not harmless. It's just that its harm is not manifest at the national level as much as at the local and state levels. Is that a fair way to rehash it?
Fine, yeah. And I see that when states and counties do this, and they do the redistricting, and the people of certain areas are included or excluded out of representation, yes, I'll agree with you that some of these districts, and it happens in both states, or like both party lines.
I'm sorry not to be annoying. It's not, I don't think it's the most accurate to say included versus excluded. It's more diluted versus whatever the fucking opposite of diluted is. It's either made more potent or less potent. Like the people can still vote, because it would be illegal to stop the people from voting for arbitrary reasons. But the game being played is you can redistrict in such a way where the impact of certain voting blocks is minimized and the impact of other voting blocks is maximized in your favor, right? Because you know certain voting blocks tend to favor your side, right? So like that's the game being played. And the reason why that matters is because a lot of people talk about this wrong, and they act like what is being done now is exactly what was being done in like the 50s and 60s and 40s during like the Jim Crow era, where there were pretty explicit disenfranchisement laws and like prohibitions against people voting. Like that's different. Like they're not doing.
Yeah, they put poll taxes up on places.
Yeah. They're not the same. Like people
they
are
put one voting
because of the moral shock of it, but it's like they're just being inaccurate at.
Yeah. No, I acknowledge that shit. Like that was fucking. It's disgusting. It's a history of America that A, we should not forget, but B, we shouldn't allow it to be repetitive. But when I look at this and I'm saying, all right, so if you're saying A is happening, I want to see the evidence that is behind your statement, and I want to see the proof and validation of it, rather than just somebody's opinion of it. And then under your system, I see the cracks in it. I see the problems with it, and I don't think it would resolve it. You may think it'll be favorable for one demographic, maybe. And Jason, you may be right. It may turn into a perfect system, and it may work. I don't know. I don't have 100% faith.
This is one last crack at this, Brad, because I'm actually like a little. I feel like you've admitted enough ingredients to just agree with me on this principle. So I'm going to try it a different way. It may not work. I'm telegraphing it because I'm not trying to be tricky, but like if I could do something as a member of the government politically to make your vote count as less, right? In a way that benefits me as a politician. You don't see that as unfair, Brad? That's not inherently unfair to you?
I mean, if you're doing something to prevent me from having a vote or having a say or be able to address my grievances.
I'm being very clear about the intention. My intention is to maximize my party's power to win. Okay? But in the process, I make your vote count less. That's not unfair.
In a utopia, yes, I would agree with you.
Why in a utopia? Why qualify it? Why is that just full stop unfair? Why is that not just full stop?
Okay, so, all right, fine. I will say it's unfair. But having come from two massively done states that do this, New York and Minnesota, which fucking, they make sure that no red votes actually get to any prominence. They don't like that shit.
Yeah, they're self-serving in the gerrymandering. I get it.
Yeah, and it'll never be acknowledged. It'll be never recognized, and nobody cares. But when I come from those and I say, all right, well, you were able to redraw lines, you were able to redistrict, you were able to split voting blocks that had similar ideological opinions. They had similar concerns, and they voted en masse to address their grievances in a particular way. And you made sure that didn't happen. But then when I look down and I see other people across the nation, other states that say, hey, well, since we're playing this game, we'll do it here, and then this will balance itself out. I'm okay with it at this point. I can live with it. It's not something that I'm overwhelmingly concerned. I think there are more farther problems in terms of representation and the way the distribution of and allocation of funds that these congressional people fight for. I think those are major concerns. But it's not in my top 100 of concerns that I have at my age or in this country after all these years.
All right. I'm glad that I finally got you to admit that gerrymandering was wrong. Unfair.
I still like you, Jason, but I mean,
bro, like you fought me so hard on this. Bro.
I don't agree, like 100% with you.
All right, bro. All right.
I mean, you got me. The one I will thank you for is when we had the massive argument on hate crime, enhancements. I went back. I readdressed that. I looked at that. I'm not comfortable with it, but I agree and I recognize your point has more validity to it than I originally gave it credence. And I recognize that I was not fully aware of a lot of the nuances that you brought, and I was wrong in that area, and I do need to recognize that. Do I think hate crimes overall are universally great or should be applicable to everything? I'm having a problem, especially in this day and age, after we've seen a bunch of these, that it's necessarily being done correctly. So again, there's still some concerns I have on it, but overall in that discussion, you were able to open my eyes, and I recognize that. And I was wrong on several topics.
Fair enough. I appreciate that. That's the beauty of dialogue. All right. We've hogged the stage a lot, and I apologize. I was really into that conversation. I do want to open up the floor to other people to comment, and those who have been commenting in the chat to allow us to hog the stage. I appreciate your patience. I'm sorry. We've kind of cleared the room out. The question to the room is, is there not a kind of moral dilemma when it comes to the question of, in response to what the GOP is doing in terms of their power grabby gerrymandering, they're gerrymandering in a way that will net them 5 congressional seats. That's not really disputed. What should the Democrats do in response? Should they fight fire with fire and therefore get their hands dirty doing the thing that they're criticizing? Or should they stay true to their principles and fight back in some other way? Why or why not? That's the question to the room.
I also want to clarify, do we mean Texas Democrats, or do we mean across the board nationally?
Nationally. National.
Okay. Yeah. I was looking at
all encompassing. It would encompass Texas Democrats, but nationally is what I mean.
I'm with you. Yeah. I really don't know what Texas Democrats are even capable of doing. I don't know.
They're doing walkouts to force a quorum or something like that. I don't know the terminology. I probably botched that, but they're planning things like that.
Yeah, that's what I read too. Was that they're effectively leaving, and
they get charged $500 a day or something. They get charged a certain amount daily for that. So they're doing some kind of subversive resistance and things like that they can do. They're limited though because they're the minority. But the general discourse now,
they're raising money.
Well, yeah, they are. And they're also raising awareness. They go into the news. But the general discourse is hey, Democrats, we can do the same thing. And Gavin Newsom going on record saying, all right, we're willing to do the same thing the Republicans are doing. And so that's the more national conversation. The question is, should they do that? Now, there's a lot of people on the Democrat side who are like, hell yeah, Republicans don't give a fuck about rules. Why should we? I think that's a huge fucking mistake and a very unprincipled way of looking at it. But it does have its appeal because there's this energy behind fighting, and they represent a bunch of constituencies that are really gung-ho about certain policy aims, and in order to accomplish them, or at the very least block the policy aims of their rivals, they need to win in the midterms. So I get the energy behind it. People like Roland Martin have been preaching this, when they go low, we beat them down there, like all that bullshit. Like, the Democrats have been talking that shit for a while now. But there's this impetus of like, Democrats, you look weak, you look like punk bitches, do something. Like that is coming from their constituents. Like a lot of Democrat voters feel that way. And so they may manifest itself the way that Gavin Newsom is going. Gavin Newsom is at least on some level aware that that's appealing to some people in his base. So I wonder what you guys are thinking about it.
Yeah, specific to this exact Texas situation, what I learned, to be fair, grain of salt, I learned this on the internet, first of all. Second of all, I learned it from an LLM that when updated seems to really favor Adolf Hitler. Anyway, I learned that what's going on in Texas, that effectively they're still currently in litigation over the 2021, I think, map redrawing. And effectively the GOP is like, you can't fuck with us because we're still in court dealing with the first time we did this, even though this exact instance is like really unusual. Like, it's not normal to do a district, a redistricting like in the middle of a decade. Like that doesn't happen all the time, if ever. So it's like, I don't know. It's weird. I'm not really sure what's going on, except that they're just doing their best to hold on to power, because that's what you do when you have power, I guess. I don't know.
I mean, in many ways, I'm inviting us to have a discussion about the ethics or moral dimensions of political power jousting. What is and is not allowed in that domain, morally speaking. Kind of a nuanced philosophical discussion, but it kind of interacts with a lot of dimensions, like a lot of things. Political strategy, which is usually outcomes based. Kind of political ethics, which is usually around just kind of like applying morality to the domain of politics. But I don't know. I'm fascinated by what I consider a genuine dilemma for Democrats, because the temptation to fight fire with fire has an undermining effect of the moral force of a lot of their criticisms of the Republicans. And I don't think that a lot of Democrat pundits recognize the negative impact that has on the Democrats in particular. Their willingness to kind of flip-flop on anything just to get power. And by the way, the Republicans have this dimension too. It's just that it's not applicable right now because the Republicans are in power. Yeah, but the Republicans will flip-flop. I mean, they're not really principled either. For the same reasons. They did the same shit in reverse. So I don't know.
I wonder what a different timeline would have looked like if effectively the Democratic Party was the party to effectively I don't know, I guess treat the political stage like a schoolyard, and just became the bully that just fucking fucked everybody up and just strong armed their way through. I'm curious what that world would look like. You know what I'm saying? Because that's effectively what the Republicans did. They just got they got this fucking dude who's I don't know. I can only presume relatively unmanageable, but he seems to be what they're about. So they're all like, yeah, we're gonna follow this dude. And then it's his natural MO seems to be just
Well, the thing is that, I don't know to what extent they've done it on a national level, although people make the arguments that under Biden they did something similar, but maybe less egregious and less, I would say, brazen. But in many different jurisdictions all over the country, Democrats have been bullies for a while.
Yeah.
They do all kinds of bully shit in California. It's crazy. In New York, in Illinois, like the bluest places, bro, Republicans can't do shit.
As soon as I said that, I was like, I don't know, dude. The woke police, they're bullies, man. So,
bro, like they have power in a lot of jurisdictions, and they are total fucking bullies, and they don't give a fuck. And they don't just bully Republicans; they bully third parties like crazy. They don't even let third parties in the door. Like they change the rules at the last minute for third parties all the goddamn time. That shit is wild to me. So yeah, there are bullies in certain domains. When they won in 2020, I think they had both chambers of Congress. There was a little bit of bullying, but it wasn't as brazen as the current administration, to be fair to them. It was usually, to whatever extent it existed, it was usually subtle. It was usually kind of thinly veiled. But there was some, and then you get the, and actually, to be fair, they were. I think that the Biden administration was holding back at first. Like, they weren't trying to go full-blown bully mode. But then people wanted it. And Dark Brandon appeared and started leaning into that shit sometimes. So, like, dead ass. Like, they started leaning into it from time to time. And so, like, they would do some bully. They would try to do it the bipartisan way. When that didn't work, then they would try to do it the bully way. But they also had some weird infighting on their own party that's actually minimized it to a certain extent. Like Christian Cinema and Joe Manchin held back a lot of shit. That's why they are hate.
But you can't end the call and then just interrupt me. That's weird. Whether you were born in the U.S. or what the fuck is happening? Jesus. Okay. I just want to talk about the title of the room until I'm able to put a poll up. Why don't we start with Marshall? Marshall, what do you think? Do you think we should raise the taxes on Marshall?
Wait. Before Marshall goes, I'm not even going to speak. I'm going to answer your question.
Go ahead, Lord.
Yeah. So I don't know if you're familiar with the comedian George Carlin, who's one of my favorite, comedians of all time. Because court justice do tell the truth about situations, and he had something about the middle class, the upper class, and the poor. And he said the upper class, they all make the money, blah blah blah, and left to the back. The middle class does all of the work and pays all of the taxes. And then he said the poor are just there to scare the shit out of the middle class at the end of the day. So yeah, I think we should. I think we should raise taxes on the poor. So at the end of the day, so that it can also enter them into the middle class. If you raise taxes on a particular side of any society, right? It's gonna encourage them to do better for themselves, right? And it also but that also depends on what kind of taxes you're enforcing and the ones that you're imposing, et cetera, et cetera. But yeah, George Carlin said it best. I'm actually going to find this. I'm going to find it now. Hold on, man. George Carlin was a fucking beast, man. I fucking love George Carlin.
Can I go?
Okay. Yeah, please, Steph.
Taxes are evil. Away with taxes. We should not be raising taxes on anyone or anything. Also, if we raise taxes on the poor and their income is largely from social programs, then that's just the government in an endless pool of being able to charge itself money, which seems like a bad idea. So although I'm highly against raising taxes on the wealthy, I would say taxes in general are evil. Down.
Wait, is anybody able to play any media?
Lord, look. I don't know who.
George Carlin said it better than I did.
Lord, there's no doubt in that. I don't fucking doubt that 1 second. Here's my point. Think of this stage as like a TV show, okay? And then you have the stars of the show. Well, hold on. Why are you interrupting me? You have the stars of the show, you have the supporting cast, and then you have the guest stars, and then you have the extras. Lord, at this stage of the game, you're an extra.
I thought he was just an audience. I thought he was just an audience member.
I'm interested to see what your direction.
Hold on. Oh, dude, we got Austin Rising. This guy always says really intelligent things.
Oh, I bet so.
Austin, go ahead. Come on.
So I think there will be trans and poor people who have taxes go up.
Okay.
Do you guys remember when they tried to kill all the fat people a couple of years ago when they manufactured a disease in China? Anybody remember that?
Tried to kill all the fat people.
Yeah. No, it's interesting. I mean, the government can literally go after the obese people and target them to murder them. But then if we say, hey, poor people should pay more taxes, that's immoral. I mean, I think taxing people and letting them live is better than trying to kill them. So I don't think it's a bad idea.
Real quick, obesity itself is a form of tax.
Yeah, let's hear from Akim.
Can we stop pretending that the poor don't pay taxes?
They do pay taxes. The poor pay, the bottom 50% in this country pay 2.3% of all of the federal income tax.
Here's one part that you gloss over big time. Like the working, particularly the working poor, they get federal income taxes withheld from their check, and the following year they may get a return, but that's because of things like the earned income tax credit or the child tax credit. So therefore they get a return because of that. But they certainly pay taxes. Then they pay sales taxes and whatever other taxes that may exist. To say they don't pay taxes is it's not disingenuous. It's just flat out wrong.
No, we're saying they should pay more.
Yeah, I'll be very specific here. When it comes to income tax, I think that the poor should pay more. And you might say, well, fuck, they're poor. How do they pay more? And I would say, well, that's the point. We should make it punitive to be poor. That way you have a financial incentive to make more money. Not that you should need one. Well, hold on. I don't know if we've normalized that word just enough for you to be able to use it. I think I could get away with it, but why wouldn't you want the bottom 50% of this country to pay their fair share?
Because he's poor.
I'm far from poor, but
I don't think he's poor. I don't think he's poor, and his next generation, his offspring, are definitely not poor. I don't know if you guys know this, but he's the father of a professional athlete, so better recognize.
Yeah, but I'm poor. But they pay their fair share. They pay the tax rate that they pay, and the government used their money all throughout the year. So to say to raise their taxes, like for what? Well,
hold on. I'll explain. Can you hear me? Okay, thank you. Okay, so top 10% of all people in this country, the top 10% of income earners, the top 10% pay 76% of all the income tax, and the bottom 50% pay 2.3%. I think that's unfair. What do you say?
Roger, okay, you say they pay 70% of income taxes. That's like
76.
Right. Okay, 76. Let's say 80. Round it up to 80. But
I don't want to do rounding. Look, I'm good enough at math that I can use the precise numbers.
Let's say 76 is what it is. That's the percentage of the money that's being paid. They still the percentage of their wealth is still taxed at a particular rate. So they are paying more money because they make more money. There's no in the world the poor. Now you can tax the poor at 100%, and it's not going to change that number much at all. Yeah, go ahead.
Hold on. All right. So I use this analogy because it's a great illustration. But if 100 people went out to dinner, and the wealthiest 10 people at that dinner paid for 76% of the bill, right? That's a pretty generous thing. And then you consider that the bottom 50 income earners at that table are going to chip in to only pay 2.3% of the bill. You know what ends up happening?
To pretend that the rich and the poor are having the same meal is crazy. Like they're not having the same meal at all. So if they are paying 76%, they are paying for a much finer meal than the poor get to eat.
Akima, let me explain something to you. The fucking poor in this country eat better than kings did 300 years ago.
That's true.
I don't think so. Like, I mean, dude, what are we talking?
I disagree with that.
You can disagree all you'd want. They didn't even have fucking running water or central air.
Mojo, you think they eat better than Cambodians?
The king didn't have
or people in Papua New Guinea.
So all the shit that we call food and eating good is not eating good at all.
I think you're missing the point. Look, we've got it so good that our poor people are fat. I want to repeat that. Our poor people are fat. Throughout human history, one of the biggest problems was starvation. One of the biggest problems was not being able to have enough food to eat.
You just proved my point that the food is just crap. It's not because they're eating good. They're eating crappy fucking food.
No, it's because they get $1,500 to $2,000 benefits, and then they eat fucking nonstop.
Each person that gets SNAP gets $6 per day. $6
per household member, maybe. Yeah, that's not true.
Mojo,
it depends on if they have kids.
I clearly said.
Mojo, can you pass the mic, please?
Wait, hold on. Tomato. You know how Clubhouse works. You can't just come in as a white man and demand that you're the one that's going to speak next. You've got to wait in line. Right now, we got a black man on the mic. Hakima, go.
With SNAP benefits, if it's 6 people in the house, each is getting $6 per day, which would be $36 a day multiplied times the amount of days. So to think that they are eating some fabulous
so $900 and change?
$6 at 6 people. I just did the math. It's $1,080 a month.
Wait, hold on. I want to let Hakima finish his point without anybody interrupting, and then we know that Tomato wants to come in to respond. So what we're going to do is we're going to let Hakima finish, then we're going to go to Tomato, and then I thought I heard the delicate tones of a woman's voice. I'd like to hear that. Let's go to Hakima, Tomato, and a woman.
I'm so sorry. I really apologize to trigger you guys with the fucking truth. But if you think that a person eating $6 per day.
California gets $9.73.
Why in the fuck are you interrupting, Rich, I will put you on timeout. I will fucking put you on timeout, and I will curse you out. We did that last night. Don't do that, please. Just let Hakima finish. I think that Tomato might have something to say. We're going to listen to a woman after that. I know that that's going to be triggering for some of you men that don't like to let women speak, but we're going to hear from Hakima, we're going to go to Tomato, then we're going to go to a woman.
I think most people with common sense get the point I'm making. $6 a fucking meal. I don't give a fuck if it's 30 kids, $6 a meal, might be $4,000 a month, whatever it may be, but it still adds up to $6 per fucking meal. So to act like they're eating some fabulous fucking meal like some fucking king is just inactive. It's fucking active.
Okay, Tomato, go ahead.
Well, everyone in the room knows my politics are...
No, they don't. We have new people here. You can't assume that.
All right, well, let me try to be brief. I'm going to try to be brief. Everyone knows that it's hard for me to be brief. I feel tremendous generosity towards people that are handicapped. People that can't work for whatever reason should be generously taken care of. But the truth about fat people, I'm sorry to say it, is people are fat because they have no willpower. Now, the way you can prove that the reason poor people are fat is because they lack willpower is we have a natural experiment, a peer-reviewed experiment. What happens when poor fat people win the lottery? What happens when poor fat people find themselves with millions and millions of dollars? Well, all the evidence is they get even fatter. And by the way, that goes for poor drug addicts. Poor drug addicts that win the lottery, they just take more drugs and they die faster. Poor alcoholics that win the lottery, they just drink more alcohol and die faster. So if you see if you notice that all the rich people in America are skinny and all the poor people are fat as hell, it is not an indictment of capitalism. It is not an indictment of evil, greedy billionaires. It's not because we as a society are too selfish to give the poor people all the money they want. The reason poor people are fat in America is 100% because of lack of willpower. Now, the final thing I will say is all the leftists in the room scream and cry and say there are food deserts. So the leftists in this room say the reason poor people are fat is they live in neighborhoods where there's no fresh fruits and vegetables. So poor people are all forced to eat shit. And that's also been totally proven wrong because an enormous number of governments have generously, altruistically set up low-cost supermarkets in poor neighborhoods. They've made it so that poor people can easily buy affordable fresh fruits and vegetables. And every single experiment of that sort in America has ended in failure because even when it's cheap and convenient for poor people to buy fruits and vegetables, they voluntarily choose to eat fried crap, they get fat, and they die. It is not, when poor people get fat and they die, it is not fair to blame smart people. It's not fair to blame rich people. It is not even fair to blame society. It is 100% the fault of people who have no willpower, eat fried food, they get fat and they die. Stop blaming Roger for the weakness of poor fat people. I am done speaking. I don't give a fuck how many people hate me for telling the fucking...
Well, hold on. Before we go to whatever woman that was trying to cut in earlier, I want to just reset the room just ever so slightly and then respond to Tomato. I want to welcome people. We got the classy dames out tonight. We got Joe B. We got Shirley. We got the gilfs in the house tonight. We also got an all-star goo. We got Dr. Adams. I can't believe we're talking about fat people and Dr. Adams isn't on the stage. We got JB in the house. We got Steph, probably the classiest woman on all of Clubhouse. We got Nye. We got Serendipity. We even got Communist XG on the stage. We got Rich's dumbass, and we got Lord, who, oh man, this guy. When you hear him speak, it's fucking. You're gonna know this room is gonna be at an all-time low when you hear from him. But I want to respond to Tomato real quick. Tomato, I think you went a little easy on this thing. I think it's worse than you say. I think that the fat people are so out of control and such a burden that the powers that be, they went out of their way to create a fucking virus that they worked with the communist Chinese to create, to unleash it, to kill fat people. So I think that this willpower thing, I think the powers that be know that what you're saying is true, and they realize that these fuckers don't have the willpower to push the plate away. So they created a fucking man-made disease to target and kill fat people. Anyways, I will pass the mic. Who's the woman that was trying to cut in?
I think that was me.
All right, let's hear from you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Hakeem, the national average for SNAP benefits is $975 per month. I live in New York State, where living expenses in a county with some of the highest living expenses in the nation, and my family of 5 does not pay $975 per month on groceries. If you are walking up and down the frozen aisle and you are spending $15 on frozen pizzas and you're buying 10 of those bad boys, that'll do it. If you're actually buying vegetables and chickens and chicken and you're actually making food, that's not, you're not going to have to need $975 a month to feed a family of 5. That's crazy. $6 per person per day is a lot of money if you're cooking at home. If you are eating at Chili's, it's not a lot of money. So that's the first thing I would say. The other thing I would say to the title of the room is that, see, Roger, I get suspicious because, if I compare this to something that I know a whole lot about, which is, the real estate world, right? If we look at programs like Section 8 and projects and that kind of thing, which is an area I work quite a lot in, trying to get people out of those and gain financial independence and all that kind of stuff. What happened was, essentially, to way oversimplify it, the government bought properties and then charged itself rent, and then wildly overinflated rent so it could charge itself more rent. And then the people who were not paying rent didn't care, or it doesn't impact them how much rent is because the government is paying itself. And so if we tax people who are on social welfare programs, it's going to do the same thing that it did in subsidized housing, which is an absolute disaster for neighborhoods and people who live in that housing. I don't know. I don't know that we need to be, it's just going to be the government taxing itself. There we go. Those are my thoughts.
Hey, can I say something real quick?
You can, but hold on, can I predict what you're going to say?
Of course.
You're going to say, isn't it amazing how I made a good point and nobody even responded to it? They just glossed over my beautiful, articulated point. I think that's what you're.
No, I definitely was not going to say that because Steph just responded to part of it when she said that the $6 a day is plenty. Let's just break that down to the simplest term. One person getting $6 a day. How is that plenty? Please
I can answer that.
Please tell me what you're eating that's plenty for $6 a day.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. So I have a family of 5, so that's going to be $6 per person per day.
No. You're not answering my question. I said let's break it down to the simplest term.
That's what we're doing right now.
No, one person getting $6 a day, not nobody else. Just one person. You living on $6 a day. You got to eat every day for $6.
Okay, yeah. Forget the kids and a husband, a family of 5. That's way harder. Yeah. Okay. Let's do just one person.
Let's keep it simple, right? Let's keep it simple.
Okay. So a common meal that we might eat in my family is going to be something like tilapia that's sautéed in butter with some garlic and a little salt and pepper, and then maybe some broccoli with cheddar cheese on it, rice.
That's more than $6 by itself for you.
Okay. Again, here, let me help you. Let me help you. To buy tilapia and a crown of broccoli and a bag of rice is going to cost me a total of like $8, and that would feed me as a single person for a month. Like, what portion sizes are we? If we're talking about a person eating 2 full, do you realize how much a bag of rice costs?
You can eat a tilapia and broccoli for a month for $8.
Okay. Hey, Hakima, how much tilapia comes in a pack of tilapia if you buy it at Walmart?
For under $8, not enough for a month.
Okay, if I have $20, all right, I can buy
$6. Why are you changing the number? We have $6.
Because Hakima, are you so wealthy that you are shopping at a butcher that charges you $6 per single fillet of tilapia? Is that what you're telling me, or are you like me and you're buying them frozen from Walmart? No, which of those two is the case?
I'm
you're not going to a high-end butcher?
I know how to answer a simple question.
Okay, got it. So you're not going to a high-end.
Hold on. Hakima, everyone let you speak. I want you to respect her. Listen. I know it's hard for you to let a woman speak, but we're going to do that. We're going to exercise some patience here, and you're going to let her get through the math, and you're going to let her walk you through it. You might just learn something. I know that this is a cheaper diet than the chest milk recipe that you have to fulfill on a daily basis, but go ahead, Steph.
Okay. A bag of tilapia that would last my family, and again, so we're multiplying by 5 now, right? It comes with 1 pound of frozen tilapia, so this might be, 2 meals worth. It's $6. All right, let's look at the rest. And this is Walmart. I shop at Walmart, okay? Because I live in a rural area and that's what I have access to. A bag of rice, 2 pounds, that would last my family a month is $1.77. Let's round that up to 2. And what's the other thing I said? Broccoli. Okay, so now we have a a floret of broccoli, which is going to be $1.70. What's $1.70? $2.40 for 2 of them. Okay, and that would feed a single person. Now, if you are eating it every night, I recommend that you vary your diet a little bit because that's just going to get boring and monotonous, and you're going to get vitamin deficiency. But let's see, 6.42 cents plus $2 plus $2.40. This is going to be about probably for a single person. Let's be conservative and say 6 meals. So that's $10.82 for 6 meals if you eat this 6 times in a month. So let's divide that by 6. That comes out to about $1.80 per meal. Now you tell me what you're using the other $4.20 on a day if that's your main meal of the day.
I am not going to go through this.
Okay, you keep eating your chilies. That's fine.
Let me answer the question. Because everybody in this room eats. And hopefully, and more like everybody eats every day. And I think everybody, without any numbers, me giving or you giving, knowing that $6 a day is not a shit ton of money, is what I said. Is it possible to make it work? Yeah, especially with my diet, I can easily do it. But with the diet that everyone was taught, with the carb, the dairy, and this and that, the fruits, the vegetables, $6 a day is not a ton of money, is my point.
Okay, so here's my final point, because I got to run.
Last sentence, then you can run.
Yep. No, I'm going to eat dinner.
Yeah, please do. I hope you do. I bet it costs more than $2.
It didn't. We're doing nachos tonight. It did not cost more than $2.
No, yeah, you got it.
Okay, so again, I wish if my grocery budget for a family of 5 were the same as SNAP benefits, my family would be eating we'd have way more beer, we'd have way more snacks, we'd have way more Cheetos, I'd probably splurge a little more on cheese. My family of 5 is not spending, in California, it's $1,400 a month. I would love one month if it was we're just going to splurge and spend $1,400 a month on groceries. I wish I could eat like people on SNAP, but I'm not on SNAP, so I don't.
If it's so glamorous, you can easily quit your job and get that $1,400 a month.
I could do that, but I have morals. I have morals. That's why I'm not going to quit.
But you don't want to live that life because $1,400 a month, I think that's all they're getting. They might get a.
No, they're also getting Section 8. They're also getting Medicaid. They're also getting counseling benefits. They're also getting cell phones.
Everybody is not on Section 8. That's just simply not true. But if you think that that's the glamorous life where you can get just enough to eat, you have no other money to live your life, you think that's some glamorous life?
You have yet to establish that it's just enough.
You can easily quit there. No, everybody knows that's less than enough. It's not even just enough.
What we learned about you is that you're buying frozen food and you're overspending on groceries. That's what everyone in this room just learned about you.
Yeah, but the people that know me know I only eat fruits. I don't eat.
Wait. Hold on. Hey, Kima, how much do dates cost?
Dates cost for a good pound, $7.
They're pretty expensive, aren't they?
Oh, for sure. And cashews as well. Cashews that go with them, that's definitely expensive.
Yeah.
If I was in poverty, that would not be a snack of choice.
Yeah. Well, I just want to thank Steph for breaking down how to feed a family on a budget. That was awesome.
Anytime, Roger.
That will work for absolutely nobody.
To Hakima's point, I hope y'all can hear me because I'm out and I have on these headphones. I mean, I eat a lot of salads. I eat salads every day.
Your audio night sounds like you're in Beirut.
While New York is fixing that, let me pop in here. I'm going to make a point. I am 5 feet tall. My husband probably when he was young ate more. Hakima, if he's got an athlete, if he's a father of an athlete, this man is got to put in some more calories. He's got to put in more calories than you and I. One time I had a big man come eat at my table. He ate as much as my whole family did in one sitting. He was not fat. But to your point, education, being educated does lend itself, and I think it's the education. I don't even know that it's the money.
education lends itself to healthier eating. Now I got to go pay attention to the man that lives at my house. I adore you all. I wish I could stay. I'll check y'all later.
I just wanted to add quick, $6 isn't enough. I mean, I got a family of 7, and we're doing it on 3.5 for the whole day's worth of meals. And yeah, if you want to take and say that I eat steaks because I raise it myself, and want to take that away, sure, whatever. I splurge and have steaks because I grow them myself. But the rest of our meats, I mean, we buy the beef that we put in our freezer, but we don't just buy 1 pound of hamburger. We're buying a whole beef at a time, putting it in the freezer, using it throughout the year, and we are able to do it for $3.50.
So Brian, break down the math for me. If I'm buying quarter cow, half cow, full cow, what is that? When you average it out, what's that per pound?
Per pound, it depends on what you're getting. If you're getting something specialty, it can be $12 a pound. But right now, we're $5.75 a pound into your freezer. That includes, like, if you get a quarter of beef, it's about $1,000 for 600 pounds of beef. So it's not rocket science to be able to buy in bulk and do some of this. And it's good quality homegrown beef that you then have it in your freezer. So
yeah, and Brian, can you also like break down the upcharge that when, even if you go not to a fancy butcher, but if you go to like a supermarket, like a Safeway, and if they've taken the time to cut up the steaks for you, the labor cost that goes into some of the packaging of cutting this stuff down, where all you have to do is invest in a freezer and some sharp knives, and you could buy even if you went to Costco and just bought bigger cuts of meat. Let's say you don't want to invest in buying a half cow, quarter cow. You could buy bigger cuts. You just got to break it down yourself. Can you talk about the upcharge that you're paying in the supermarket just for them cutting those individual steaks for you?
Yeah, I guess if you want to just buy steaks and have what you need, you're going to be $20 to $40 a pound, depending on what given steak or preference you have. But you could buy like a whole prime rib for maybe $7.50, $8.50 per pound, on a middle range prime rib. It's just crazy when people say everything's so expensive. No, it's just the process to be ready to put on the plate side that makes it more expensive. I just saw what's quote unquote called a hack, where you can get ground bull meat, which is just a bull that was no longer good to do the deed anymore, and get cow's bread. They just ground them up for hamburger, which is still perfectly safe and healthy meat. It just usually doesn't always have the same flavor profile as like a fattened calf you'd get if you bought quarters for meat. But it's still good tasting ground beef that you could put in a meal to make your rice, make everything else go way further. I mean, yeah, we go through 3 pounds of beef per meal in my family, and we usually have some leftovers because we're Midwest hardy boys, and I got 5 boys at home. So yeah, we're going to make plenty to make sure we have enough energy to work and bring it the next day. But you really need to go back and look at, like, instead of buying the $20 Stouffer's pre-frozen meal or frozen pre-packaged stuff, yeah, go buy the whole ingredients and make it like Steph was bringing up. And as far as buying frozen fruit or buying frozen stuff, everybody says, oh, you got to have fresh, and they overpay for fresh when you can get frozen cut ends of broccoli, carrots, cauliflower, whatever, and throw them up in and saute them and make something, add some seasoning. Don't just have to buy it at the fancy restaurant.
This is fascinating. This is really fascinating.
No, it's good stuff. It's good stuff. Brian, do you have a recommendation if somebody wanted to get a meat grinder, an inexpensive meat grinder where they could do their own ground beef with the when you're cutting up that quarter cow? What would you recommend as a inexpensive grinder?
I mean, to be honest, if you just went to a local beef guy and bought a beef from him processed at a local butcher shop where you aren't paying USDA inspection fees, you're talking $2 a pound to have them do it, plus the cost of the beef. Now I get it, beef right now is expensive, but look at pork and chicken. Those are some cheaper options you can get if you don't say, oh, I can only eat it if it's organic, grass finished, or whatever. I mean, just understand we have the safest, as far as meat, food supply chain in the world here in America. So you can get they call it custom exempt, but it's just a state license for them to be able to process beef that you quote unquote bought on the hook and get processed back and put in your freezer. That's the cheapest way. As far as a grinder, you can get as little as a KitchenAid. I used to do that to process deer, but I did buy like a $70 2-inch meat grinder, a Big Bite or whatever brand of flavor choice you want from Cabela's or Costco, whatever. They're readily available for $50 to $80, a decent one.
Hey, Roger. Yeah, one thing I was going to mention, I was just looking it up right now because the prices have changed since COVID. They used to be like $18, now they're $34. But a 50-pound bag of Hamia Carolus medium grain fancy rice, 50-pound bag for $34.82. My wife and them in the Philippines and stuff, they're extremely healthy, extremely fucking fit. And what they eat almost every meal, I mean, minus breakfast, but for lunch and dinner, they eat like a ice cream scoop of rice with like a small portion of meat, maybe like beef, chicken, or pork. And that's what they eat every day, and they're fucking healthy. And, you know, I mean, you could buy for $38. How long would a 50-pound bag of rice last you, Hakima? And it has an indefinite shelf life also.
I wish I would please stop trying to justify it. I mean, I get that there are ways to eat cheaply, but you're saying go buy this cow or this and that. But like, you gotta understand proximity. Like people in inner city.
Walmart. You can go buy a cow.
Can I finish? Like, what the fuck? You okay?
Hakima's right. Hold on. Hakima's right. Hakima has every bit as much right as the rest of you to finish what he's saying. Hakima, go ahead.
Like you said, let's go buy this cow. It's $8 a pound, and this can do that and that. Like, if everyone in the inner city went to the local farm, it would not be enough cow. It wouldn't be, because most of the shit is at the supermarkets.
Where do you think it comes from?
Like, I know where it comes from, but it's shipped to the supermarket in bulk because that's where people are usually and we're taught to go buy it at. So everyone don't have access to a farm. That's just not a reality. Like you guys think from your brain of you have means and resources to travel, or you have your own farm and you can do this. But most people don't have the means and resources to go to farms, and that's just not a reality. So like, but the whole point is like, yes, there are ways, even at the supermarket, to stretch that money. But my only point was, you guys act like they're getting some bag of money that's just life changing, and really they just getting barely enough to fucking eat. So like to demonize those people is just crazy. And to try to use these mental gymnastics to make it like $6 is a shit ton of money. You just lying to yourself. You're lying to everyone in the room.
Hakima, I never said that it was a shit ton of money. I said it's enough to cover food. If we can get people educated and get them to go out and actually make their food instead of getting the prepackaged stuff. So I never said that. If that's what you heard, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it is enough to keep them fed while they're in need. The only other thing I'll say, I don't know why I didn't think of this sooner when you asked me, Mojo, but the actual best thing that we do is we'll get pork shoulder, pork butts, and those are like $1.40 a pound, or they used to be. I mean, it depends on what your prices are now. But we get those, and you'd have to do minimal trimming, trim a little piece of fat off here, a little piece of gristle there, and then, get that meat grinder, and you now have ground pork that you can make pork sausage or add pork to any meal if you want it cheaper than my $8 beef hamburger, which is way more nutritious.
So, Hakima, yes, you can buy a slaughtered whole or half cow in Atlanta, Georgia, from several local farmers and suppliers.
Wait, hold on. Rich. He ain't in Atlanta, Georgia. You're like, wait, you just assumed because he's black he's in Atlanta?
No, he's at major metropolitan cities, and I was thinking of cities that I'm familiar with.
Hey, so
I lived in Atlanta.
So everybody in Atlanta, if there's enough of those cows you just mentioned that everyone in the inner cities can get up at the first of the month and they all can go back out. There's enough cows ready to buy right and at any given day.
Yes, because the farmers, hold on, the farmers are going to sell the whole cow and half cow at a higher rate than what they would to the grocery supermarkets by selling them to you.
They got 200,000 people coming. Are there 200,000 cows ready to be sold to them?
Yes.
There is. The processing side is where you might lack if you're not able to process it yourself, Akima. And this is the problem with the big four butchers that do 85% of the beef processing, and it's even worse in the pork and poultry. So that part, if you can't process it yourself, you can have issues. But since COVID let up, there's a lot of openings at butcher shops again, everywhere, to get beef in, to do just that, to get beef at price.
Well, hold on. Guys, I know Nye was trying to break in, and I think there's a good chance for her to talk because nobody likes beef as much as Nye likes beef. So Nye, if you want to jump in.
Well, hopefully you can hear me this time. What I was going to say...
Yes, we can. Yes, we can. Yes, we can. We hear that beautiful voice loud and clear. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was agreeing with Tima's point that $6 a day is barely. I eat salads almost every day, veggie salads, and I can barely put together a salad from the store for $6. The lettuce, the vegetables, and the dressing. So I just wanted to comment on that. I'll chime in again in a minute. I'm at the store, so please give me a second.
All right. I would recommend a little red beans and rice in your diet. But you do you. Timok, welcome to the room. JB, welcome back.
How are you feeling today, Raj? Everything is mellow. Did you get your blood pressure checked? Everything okay?
Hey,
everything okay?
Let me tell you, I went to
the cigar there.
No, I went to the Pacific Raceway in Kent, Washington, and I did 9 laps in supercars. I drove a Lamborghini, I drove a Ferrari, and I drove a Porsche. It was very fun. Yeah, I'm kind of amped up.
Can I bet that the Porsche was the worst one that felt to drive?
I love it.
The Ferrari was by far the easiest to drive.
No, but like worst feeling wise, was it the Porsche?
No, the Lamborghini was the worst feeling.
Okay.
That one, like in certain parts of the track, that felt like bumpy. It felt like I was floating. It's very weird.
Do you know what specific models of those cars you drove? I'm a big car dude, so that's why I'm just.
Yeah, I'll back channel you the photos that I have.
Okay, awesome.
Anyways, yeah, Timok, good day today. Good day. We're just trying to save the world one taxpayer at a time, and we're talking about should we raise taxes on the poor, as we know.
But
go ahead,
Roger. Did you consult Astro? Did you consult Astro, the guy from yesterday?
No, I didn't consult Astro.
Well, then you're fucked, man. You're fucked.
He was a trip. I don't think he added much value to that room. I don't know if you would agree.
I think if you met him in person, you would probably stab him. I think that's the way I feel, honestly.
You know, Raj,
with a toothpick, in the eye.
My observation, Roger, is on Clubhouse, you always tell the truth, but you tell a truth that's designed to hurt the feelings of other people.
Shut up.
You never say the comforting lies that people
don't change it, Roger.
No, hold on. What he's saying is very important, and he's being honest. Go ahead, continue.
You always tell the truth, but you select things to say that are designed to hurt the feelings of people. So when you talk about poor people, you speak the truth, but you say things that hurt their feelings. When you talk about fat people, you tell the truth. Every single group you talk about, you're scrupulous about telling the truth, but you relish hurting the feelings of people. And
he knows that. He knows that.
He said literally yesterday that he was okay with being a bully. What do we thought?
Yeah, hold on. I accept this, and I appreciate it. I'm glad you recognize it, and I wear it as a badge of honor. And I don't know if this is a good time to tell you my feelings about Muslims, but I think that that's a 2 billion strong pedophile death cult.
I guess my question, Mojo, and it's a very brief question, is in real life, if I was spending time with you in real life at a bar or at a country club,
would not be at a.
My question is, I'm asking a very simple question. Are you this cruel to people's feelings in real life, or do you turn?
In real life, I try to get a read if they're strong enough. This is my opinion, and I don't know if you would share this. I think that the people that on 2025 are still on Clubhouse have already self-sorted that they can handle the roast style rooms that we do. And so if somebody's, especially if they're on the fucking stage, maybe if they're listening to the audience, they might think, who the fuck is this guy? But for the people that are willing to come in here regularly and get on the stage, they kind of know what they're getting.
Yeah, maybe you should have like a warning, something before they get in, and you at your own risk. Maybe that's what Tomato's trying to.
A trigger warning.
You need to read the house rules.
Maybe, yeah. I could post some house rules if that would make everybody feel better. I would just think that when you read a house title of In the Muff, you probably aren't thinking that like, oh, this is going to be like, I don't know, like it's some really sophisticated conversation. I mean, this is what it is. It is what it is. I'm not trying to be anything other than. Oh. You hear that? You hear my GPS?
Yeah.
That's wild. Lane closure. This is not good. Anyways, anybody use the poll feature yet?
No, not yet. I mean, JB should start using it.
I opened up a test room and did the poll thing. It's actually pretty cool.
Nice. Rich likes to get polled daily.
What kind
JB,
of wax do you
I
use?
was going to tell you, I would like to say thank you and fuck you at the same time, because now I am now using the term or vernacular of standing on your square every single day for some reason. So congratulations. Thank you, JB.
My pleasure. Keep standing on your square.
That's hilarious. I like the fact that we can quote what people have to say. Where did Tomato go? Did he get offended?
I think so.
He's politically correct.
I think he just came into the room just to let you know that, Roger. Yeah.
He was afraid NY was going to dice him up, cut him in her salad, maybe.
You know he'll be back.
With his gang.
He's gonna come back as great. He's gonna come back as great grape.
How's that chillism doing today? Has anybody checked on those folks? Anybody? Rich, your friends in chillism?
It was like 5 people this morning.
I heard that Nathan fella is impersonating me.
Yeah, he made a actual realistic AI iteration of your photo.
Yeah, I was in Chillisms today. He had the photo. I asked him why, but he never answered.
I can tell you why. He's got a crush on Monica, and when he learned that Monica prefers me to him, it upset him. That's what the beef is.
Has he seen a picture of Monica?
Oh, come on. Monica is misunderstood. I like Monica. She's adorable.
We got to get you a psyche valve, Roger. Because like you've been the new retirement been kind of weird sometimes.
What's wrong with me? Can you guys give me like your 3 grievances with Monica? What would they be? Oh, nothing. Huh?
She's hard to. Well, I think of snails. I don't know. Something. She's like you said. She's adorable. She can get under your skin at the same time if you let her. If you take her seriously. I see she gets under people's.
Yeah, I guess the three things irritate me, I guess, and this could go for a lot of people, it's not just exclusive to her, but let's see, her voice kind of grains me a bit. It's kind of graining to listen to over a couple hours in a conversation. Number two, how slow she speaks. It takes forever for her to get to her point, even though she's saying the same thing like 10 fucking times over, just in a different phrase. And then number three, probably just the spaces she chooses to associate herself with and hang around. I just don't, I'm not the biggest person on the guilty by association shit, because I don't think that people should take the consequences of others' actions. But if you purposely put yourself in certain spaces where you know certain behaviors occur consistently and you continually sign up to voluntarily be there, it almost feels like you're co-signing it in a sense. And knowing her political views, it definitely wouldn't surprise me if she did co-sign it. So that's three things that throw me off about mine.
Maybe.
He's good, huh, Mojo? He's good, this guy.
No, I think he's grasping at straws here. I think that Monica is, she intimidates men on this app because she's so intelligent. And I think that her contributions are so thoughtful that they're just, they're like, oh, wow, what do I say? And so I think she stuns people, and that's what happens. And so there's a jealousy when it comes to Monica, I think. But more importantly, I also think that we don't talk enough about the abuse that people throw her way. And perhaps she's a counterpuncher, and anything that she's done that you think might be offensive, maybe you guys created that one.
Yeah, there's some truth to that. I haven't been around her much, so I wouldn't know. This is a crazy place, this clubhouse.
I mean, if it speaks like a bitch, if it acts like a bitch, if it looks like a bitch, it probably is a bitch.
Speaks like a fag, walks like a fag.
Probably rich.
You're the pot calling the kettle black there, Bobby. If anybody sounds gay on this app, it's you and Adam.
Hey, and there will never be any Adams hate on this app. Not in my rooms. Look, you guys could say that you don't like Adams. You could argue with him on whatever. But if he's not on the stage to defend himself, we're not going to go there. Adams is a class act. Adams is a voice of reason in a world of chaos. We will not have Adams hate.
If you want Adams to come up faster, just start praising fat people.
No. He knows how to come up. He knows how to raise his hand. I'm quite sure that you guys know that I would always invite him. He's always welcome in these spaces. I don't know why people seriously. What could you possibly have a grievance with Adams about? Honestly.
I mean, depending on which communities you come from, you could have quite a couple grievances with Adams. I'm not gonna lie. Number one, if you're a black woman, you probably got a lot of grievances with Adam. Now he's going to come up and say how much he's done for them.
Wait, hold on. Adams, to my recollection, the only thing he really goes hard in the paint on is the big backs. Now, if somebody's getting offended because he's pointing out some obvious facts, sometimes the truth hurts.
Oh, no, listen. Adams and I almost completely see eye to eye on the big backs points. I don't disagree with him on most of what he says on those ones. But for the most part, I know that there are a couple situations where people do have smoke for Adams, specifically black women have smoke for Adams, because of certain comments he'll make in the middle of conversations. And now, let me make it clear, however Adams wants to conduct himself, that's up to him. I don't give a fuck. I'm not Adams. But to say that you can't imagine why somebody would have smoke with him or don't know who has smoke with Adams, there's quite a lot of people. We just don't like them.
Well, as a black woman, let me just make clear, I can understand why some black women might have beef with Adams, but Adams knows I adore him. I think he's one of the funniest people on this app. He keeps it so real, and I won't tolerate any Adams hate. I adore Adam.
Mojo, what about that young lady, the little cutie that came yesterday that was from,
Jinx?
The West Coast. It reminds me of when I used to live on the West Coast. I ran into a lot.
Roger, I'm still at work. I'll address this in about 20 minutes.
That's fine. That's fine. Adams is in the building, so in 20 minutes we will hear from the great Adams. Go ahead, Tom.
Wait. Before he goes, which career are you doing right now, Adams?
No. Hey.
He's at work.
Knock it off. We're going to timeout. We're going to timeout. He already said 20 minutes he'll be here. Timeout.
Yeah. There's something about, I'm not going to say everywhere, but in LA, the sun, there's something about it that, takes away some of the white matter, I believe.
Are you talking about the woman that sounded?
Scientist.
Oh yeah. The scientist that didn't want to pay taxes. That one.
Oh,
Didn't want to do any charity for the person that she was. Yeah, the people on the dying on the edge.
You want to hear something funny? I shouldn't say it because he's not here, but I'm gonna say it because I know. I'd say it in front of him, so I feel comfortable saying it. No. I get a message in the back channel like several hours later from Dr. Jordan, and he goes, "Hey, is the scientist still on the stage?" It was the funniest shit. She was cute though. She was cute. She was cute. She was dumb, but she was cute.
Allie was getting annoyed with her, and who's the brother Edward? He was getting annoyed. She was annoying a lot of people.
Edward.
Yes, we're talking. Yes, we're talking about Jinx, Dolly. She's cute. She's not. I mean, I don't think she's gonna win any fucking contest. Never mind. I'm not gonna say nothing negative about her.
Were you the one who was saying that you're probably driving the Tesla? Somebody said, and she said, "Yeah, you're right." And was that or Edward?
Yeah, she does drive a Tesla. I don't know, man.
Yeah. Living above her means. I think that's what it was.
All things being equal, I'd hit it.
Yeah, well.
Oh man. Let's see who's in the audience here. Where's Victoria at? Oh, she's here. She's here. She's here. Victoria, come up here and tell us about the Situation Room. We'd love to hear more about the situation.
Well, we should have her.
Roger.
We should have her and Bima come up together and listen to all that bullshit.
Oh man, hold on. Bima she was on fire last night. We changed the title of the room. Come listen to a lecture about anarchy. She had us in the palm of her hand. She fought off all of the rebuttals that people had, all the questions. It was a masterclass in how to lecture a hostile room about a novel idea. So, Bima, we take our hat off to you. We salute you. You're amazing. And if you want to come back up here, you know what to do. Just got to raise your hand.
I just want to give you flowers, Roger, for actually calling it yesterday when you said that Beeman was going to say 1,000,000 words and not saying it.
Roger, I want to just let you know something. Nye wants to give me an interview. Nye, would you give Mojo an interview as well?
Hopefully you can hear me, but yeah, sure, why not?
Yeah, why don't you?
Hold on. She said, sure, why not? She's trying to interview a legendary movie star from the 80s, and then you're like, hey, what about that fucking dude from Clubhouse? And she's like, yeah.
Will you give him a full page now? Did you give him a full
Listen,
page?
Mojo, aren't you legendary on the app? You're a legend.
He says he's black now. He says he's black.
Oh yeah, the black. Yes, that could be the pitch. The angle, the blackest man on Clubhouse, the blackest of all the blacks.
The Moors.
Yeah,
his ancestors.
Look, if you ever put a panel together that want to talk about the history of the Moors and what they did to my people, I'm happy to participate in that.
Do not pick Roger for that. If you need that information, do not pick Roger. It would be nothing but misinformation.
No, but heck of it's good because she can interview you too, and you can go back and forth. Mojo, I'm telling you, Nye, that would be the best everybody's going to want to read that.
Hey, talking about me debating Roger about the Moors is like me debating Roger about capitalism. Like it's not a good match. It's not a good match.
Yeah, but you need that contrast. You need the contrast to create that.
You guys can just fill in each other's holes in your story.
Well, here's what I think. I think that Hakeem is right about this. I think that he's got a much better chance of beating me in an argument about capitalism than he does about the history of the Moors. I think he's right.
Everybody know that's bullshit.
What's up, MG?
MG's fine ass. You know, I didn't realize that Ethiopians were sexy. Like, I legitimately grown up, like, you watch, like, the fucking infomercials with Sally Struthers, and you see these kids with the pot bellies and the flies, and they're just like, hey, for just 5 cents a day for the cost of a cup of coffee. And so, like, I'm not, like, exactly thinking that, like, Ethiopians grow up to be smoke shows. But, like, and then there's MG. So, it is what it is. If you ever wanted to know what those kids grew up to look like, MG is.
That's crazy. Actually, Moser, quick question. What is the most damning piece of evidence against the Moorish claim?
What Moorish?
Hey, that was the wildest thing I ever said on Clubhouse, right?
What's that? What?
About what the MG comment.
About Ethiopians?
Yes.
Yeah. That was wild.
Wait, you've never seen those commercials?
No. We have. The fact that she grew up to those kids grew up to be her was the crazy part.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Hey man, everyone's got a chance. I'd like to think that somebody here in America sponsored that situation.
I'm sure MG family didn't come from that class of people in Ethiopia.
I don't know. Listen, all bullshit aside, she's smart. She's fucking cool. The fact that she's hot, that's just a bonus. It's a bonus for her husband. It's not a bonus for any of the rest of us.
That was Mojo. That was kind of racist what Hekima just said.
Well, we Akima, you do come from the Moor clan that ran through Portugal, and you know what you did to my people.
We saved y'all. We brought you civilization. We brought you running water and street lights and taught you how to bathe yourself. Like what the fuck is going on?
Wow. You raped Portuguese women.
We did not. They threw themselves at the feet of Moors and things happened. Like, come on.
Like, Hakima, what do you think is the biggest piece of historical revisionism that's mainstream today?
Say it again?
What do you think is a historical narrative that's mainstream today that you think is revisionist / not true?
Oh, 90% of American history. Take a pick.
Who do you think the first Americans were?
No, stop it. You're looking for trouble. You're looking for trouble.
Who I think or who I know?
Who do you know are the first Americans here?
It was brown-skinned, melanated people that was here first. It was some lighter-skinned clans here too, but it was.
If we were to use
real quick,
if we were to use